Broadcast? Good? Okay. Welcome. We're going to call this meeting to order, our first General Policy Committee meeting of 2022. Good to see you all. We've got a packed agenda today, so let's get right to it. There's one request from Commissioner Duncan Walker that we move up item 210790 one place in the agenda, basically swap that and the National League of Cities grant opportunity.
Move that we adopt the regular agenda as modified by the mayor.
Okay, motion and second that we adopt our agenda with one modification, flipping those two items. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Our next item is adoption of the minutes from the December 9th meeting. Any additions, corrections, or is there a motion to approve?
I'll move adoption.
Second.
Motion and second to adopt the minutes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Ariel is here. I believe he's just late. I saw him upstairs, so he should be here shortly. Okay, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Ariel absent. Okay, so our next item is appointments to advisory boards and committees, and we filled out our tabulations, and the recommendation based on our votes are to appoint Susan Jacobson to the Nature Centers Commission and Mark Frank to the Tree Advisory Board. Any questions? Oh, sorry.
I'm just here just in case there's questions.
Yeah.
But this would normally be on the consent agenda, so you've all
Right.
done your thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, I asked for these to be moved to this meeting because it's just one less thing we have to do at our regular meetings. Any questions, or is there a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Okay, a motion and a second that we appoint Ms. Jacobson to the Nature Centers Commission and Mr. Frank to the Tree Advisory Board. I will open it up for any members of the public that wish to speak to either of those appointments. Do you have folks on Zoom?
No, we have Adam with us today.
Oh, Adam, okay. Adam, do you have anybody to speak to the item on appointment to the boards?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. There's nobody on the line at this time.
Okay, very good. Then back to the commission. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes. Thank you both for your willingness to serve. We appreciate that very much. All right, so up next we have ARPA funding request for the Gainesville Police Department's One Community Response to Gun Violence. Mr. Pierce, are you leading this off?
I am.
Wonderful. Good to see you. Happy New Year to you, and we're
Good
glad
to be
you're
seen. I'll be
with
the
us. Excited
first
for this
one to say that.
presentation.
I believe they have the chief also remotely, so
Yes, I'm here on remote.
there we go.
Excellent, Chief. Welcome. We're glad you're here. And we have Assistant Chief Flying Scott in the back. I see half in, half out.
Oh, we see. There is a PowerPoint presentation. First, thank you for allowing us to present today. The chief has worked diligently on this. A lot of folks, a lot of hours, but I think he's done a fantastic job. For known reasons, he's not here personally, but somehow, Lonnie's in the back, and I'm like, John Alexander. John, if I get you to sit up here.
Great. Welcome, Mr. Alexander.
We're ready.
Glad you're with us.
Here. Just a quick overview why we're here. The ARP funds, and particularly for gun violence. Next slide. Next slide, here we go. Boil it down, it's really funding for neighborhood-based programs which have been proven to impact gun violence. And I will get into what gun violence we're observing here in the city. It is definitely on the uptick, unfortunately. There are a lot of different reasons for it, which I won't get into unless you ask. And the next slide. This funding opportunity is clearly a response to increases in gun violence across the United States. We have also been witness to an increase in gun violence here in Gainesville. I think you all know that. You've received phone calls, emails from constituents asking you to do something, and that's clearly what is being done here with the chief's request for additional funds to work on projects and initiatives to reduce the gun violence here in Gainesville. Those additional enforcement efforts which will address gun trafficking, technology, which we'll get into. We are asking for funding for specifically for technology. The next slide, just a quick snapshot of violent crime here in 2021, or now it's 2022. You can see in just a 2-week period in December of last year, 3 stolen guns, 9 guns that we, 9 weapons that we seized, 19 firearms that we were able to get our hands on. We had reports, and again, I want to clarify that this is reported of number of shots fired. We had 3 separate reports for that. And unfortunately, and I'm empathetic to those folks that don't call because they're so desensitized what has happened in the area that they live. We beg them to call 911. If you hear anything at all, just pick up the phone and let us know. Number of persons shot, 1, and a homicide, unfortunately. Just in that 2-week period. That's unheard of here in Gainesville. The rest of 2021 the numbers are just as high, if not higher. The next slide, we'll talk about juvenile crime statistics. And we have focused on 2 specific crimes. One being conveyance burglaries, or the theft from a car. The second being a stolen car. Quite often they do go hand in hand. And when we talk about conveyance burglaries, that's where guns are stolen out of cars that have been left either locked or unsecured. A lot of different property is in plain view. It's an easy target for our youth to just try the door handle and take what they can get their hands on real quick. It is definitely a crime of convenience, not just convenience. Broke it down by age, sex, and race as well. Our next slide, these are statistics we have across the state of Florida and then specifically for Alachua County. This is not the city of Gainesville alone, this is the entire county. And the number of youth crimes with those ages of 10 to 17. We all know that it is disproportionate minority, and that's why we have a disproportionate minority coordinator, which the position is vacant right now. If you haven't heard that Will Halvosa left the employment of the city to go work for the Public Defender's Office, which is a huge loss for us, a huge loss for the city. Mr. Halvosa's work with the community, and particularly in disproportionate minority contact, was having a great impact on this, on what we do daily. And I just want to point out real quick, to offset these numbers, that since we've had the DMC, we have seen a reduction of 78% in youth arrests, particularly in our minority groups. Reduction in black youth arrests from 511 to 108. That's phenomenal. That just doesn't happen. And it's the work of this department, and I'll also thank John Alexander and his folks, which are part of the department, but what a great team this has been to reduce those numbers.
Hey, Mr. Pierce, real quick, because I just learned about Mr. Halvosa. That's a tough one to process. First of all, is the work that he's doing with the public defender of a similar nature? Do you know?
I do not know.
Okay.
The chief might.
Do you know, Mr. Alexander?
When I did have my interview with Mr. Halvosa, he said that it would be a combination of course, some investigations, but yes, continuing on the track of some of the things that he was doing with the Gainesville Police Department, addressing disproportionate minority contact, and also indicated that these public defenders, which Scott said that he could remain on some of the committees, not all of them, that he was serving on when he was working with the Gainesville Police Department.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief, because so, you know, I always find the silver lining, right, that really is an opportunity to form a tighter partnership with the public defender, who has been supportive of our efforts from the beginning. And this, I think, can sort of further strengthen that. So let's keep that opportunity in mind. And then, Chief, where are we in the process of filling that position? I assume you're not just going to let that position go by the wayside, because, yes. So where are we with that?
We're going to do a nationwide search. I am on a couple of committees, and I'm reaching out to the executive director and make sure that our advertisements are included, the Coalition of Juvenile Justice, and some other organizating sites. We're certainly going to do an exhaustive search to replace Will. Will is a tough one to replace now, but we're going to try our best.
Okay, thank you. So you'll get that backfilled as soon as you get the right person, right?
Yep, yes, sir, and Will be part of that selection process as well.
Very good. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it. Mr. Pierce, thank you for letting me interrupt.
The next slide, it's a heat map which shows where
I'm
our
sorry.
arrested juvenile.
If you'll pause for a question.
Sure.
Commissioner Sandberg.
Yeah, on the previous slide, Alachua County is ranked 4th in the state for arrests. Is that 4th most or 4th least or?
4th most.
4th most.
Yes.
They use a relative rate index per 1,000 population, and we're going to get a little bit more into that this year. I'm trying to bring some officials from the state to kind of come into Gainesville and kind of do an education seminar on that. So that is something that is certainly within our eyesight for 2022.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. The heat map, which you've seen before, we're just on general crimes. This is where juveniles have been arrested. And again, when we talk about arrests, we're responding to calls or working in areas that we've already been noticed by the community that they want more of a police presence because of the increase in activity that the community has witnessed. Next slide. And the chief points out the goal of all of this is the meaningful engagement with and accountability to our neighbors. Everything that we do as a department is focused on these things. We also do a holistic approach to crime reduction. We don't stand alone, and the chief has always said that we cannot arrest our way out of our problems. By including everyone in the community, we'll get there. But there are other obstacles we have that prevent us, resources, and that's what we're asking for here, to attain a community-based prevention initiative. And he points to, obviously, measurable performance goals. Without that, without proof that what we're doing is working, why are we doing it? And the chief is big on that. The next slide, our strategic goals. And I'm one of those folks that believe in everything that we do is really to support our community as a whole. For those folks that live, work, or recreate here in the city of Gainesville, we all work together to make it a safe and supportive community. And that's what our strategy does. The next slide was the strategic goals. There it is. Okay? Equitable community, sustainable community. It is a great place to live and the best in class for services. Our next slide is neighbor engagement. These are the 3 C's the chief has always spoken about at every meeting I've ever been at, and that's constitutional, consistent, and compassionate in carrying out our responsibilities. Mentions again measurable statistical results, and looking forward to more community walks. And the ERP is directly related to how the pandemic has impacted all of our communities, and I think that's part of one of the things we're missing out on is community interaction because of the pandemic. And community walks is another item that I think would be more conducive if we all were able to go back to the way things were. But I don't see that happening anytime soon,
Well,
unfortunately.
and on that note, we do have a couple scheduled in the next few weeks. I think if we're outside and masked, we can do them responsibly. But you're right, the folks that have participated up till now have been very responsive and positive about those. So we'll continue to get those scheduled and invite anybody that wants to join us on those to come along.
And I agree with your point, Mr. Mayor, that as long as we're responsible, it can be done. I know that a lot of folks are still apprehensible over even going outside in groups. I'm one of those people. So, but we all have different reasons.
Yeah.
The next slide, please. There we go. John, do you want to discuss?
Hello. So in terms of how we're investing in our youth, and one of the newest initiatives that we have at the Gainesville Police Department is our Inspire Interrupters program. And it's something that, it's from the Cure Violence model, where we take individuals from the community, who's very familiar with the community, and really begin to deploy them in proactive activities to diffuse crime. A lot of some of the shootings that we've seen, these individuals are out there, they're working with the families, they're preventing retaliation and so forth. Also able to engage this young population that's participating in some of this activities. And so we were fortunate to be able to receive some funding. We did get a state appropriation, a contract with Florida Department of Corrections. And this was for us to be able to expand that program. We started off with 2, and I think we'll ultimately end up with an 8-man team out in various communities that we consider to be hotspots, where we're seeing some of the violence perpetrated there. As well as we received a grant from Project Safe Neighborhood, and this is also to fund other things inside of the Gainesville Police Department, such as overtime for officers to be able to go out and do some of this proactive activity as well, and to add additional Inspire Interrupters there. Our school resource officers, of course, continue to engage on the school campuses, and if you notice one of our, we have an uprising in some of the violence, that some of these things are starting on some of the school campuses in terms of just talk, but we've been seeing a lot of stuff going on in Celebration, out at Celebration Point with the movie theaters and so forth, and this is where our resources together come and just begin to share information, meet with families. Those interrupters, again, going out, partnering with the school resource officers and other individuals in the community. And of course, our neighborhood support unit that I think some of it was shared last night in the Black on Black Crime Task Force meeting, but it's an effort to really begin to engage and provide strategic initiatives in specific areas throughout our community. And so the newly formed neighborhood support unit is a combination between operations under Assistant Chief Pierce and operations in the Youth and Community Services Bureau. We're pulling those things together and coming up with more acute methods to address some of this violence that we're seeing. And so those are some of the ways that we're investing in our youth. Of course, our police cadet program, police explorers, and so forth. But lastly, I'll say we're with an initiative that you're getting ready to see. Our plan is to engage some of the other youth programs in the city that's already providing services and seeing how we can work closer together. There's a lot of people starting some of those efforts, and so we're just going to make sure that we're a centerpiece and a voice at the table when those times come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander.
Get the next slide as well, without even realizing it was on the next slide. There's a continuing of our investment. We're just going through all the different programs that we already have in place, which this will assist. The monies from this will assist us get there. And the next slide, this is going to talk about some of the issues. Those programs in the community that already exist. Additional funding there to help staff on overtime. Many of our programs are focused on those hours, and the chief has pointed this out to me on numerous times. We're really concerned about that 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. where they're not in school and mom and dad or whomever might not be home to watch them. There's 4 hours that are really, we need to keep our kids engaged in a positive way, because we all, I admit, I was the same way. That period of time, if I had anything to do, I found something to do, so. More statistics to the next slide. Our pre-arrest program and diversion. This is for adults. And it's great that you pointed out the Public Defender's Office, which is a big supporter of our diversion program, as is the state attorney. So we're doing everything we can not to have people go to court. We're trying with many different ways to divert them from the judicial system, whether it be civil or some other form of an initiative to ensure that they don't recidivate, they don't commit the crime again, which is the key to everything.
Thank you. And I think Commissioner Sacco had a question.
Hi, Chief Pierce. One, I love your tie. Two, just to clarify, when we say Indian, do we mean Native American? Or are we talking about like subcontinent Indian origin?
Subcontinent,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure because it looked weird and I thought it'd fall under Asian. And when we say theft, I forget, is it by statute how, like a limit or a minimum or rather maximum?
Well, that comes to whether it's a felony or misdemeanor. You're right.
So which
What
would
is
it be?
what is permitted to be diverted, and that would be a misdemeanor. And
Is that like 1,000 is the roof, the ceiling?
It keeps changing. So
I know.
What is that right now? Do you remember the difference between misdemeanor and felony for charging purposes and the amount of the, it was $500. So,
700 now?
see, they go up.
Thank you.
I could ask the chief too. He would.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Now, when it comes to diversion, I want to point out that if there is a felony charge or a violent charge, they're not eligible for diversion. So these are numbers specific to these offenses, right? Okay. The next one is something that is, next slide, there we go. The community-oriented policing detail. Again, this is not about arrest. This is about how we can interact and engage our community to assist us in keeping everyone safe. And this is what Chief Scott's been working on for quite a while. And the One Community program, getting out there proactively, engaging, going to meetings, just seeing people on the street and saying hi, that's what we want our officers to do. Well, they are really, again, I go back to the pandemic, that our staffing numbers are impacted because of that, among other things. Just not only the officers we have available right now, but hiring is an issue. The chief really is asking, how can we supplement the officers on the street? That's going to require some overtime. Well, our budget's strained as it is, this money will help us with that. It'll help us to have officers out there on the street, not only to answer calls, but to engage in a proactive way with the community. That's the $240,000 you see at the bottom. The next slide is about community education efforts. This is prevention, specifically prevention. And Mr. Alexander again.
Thank you again. So with these particular efforts here, one of the things we talk about is how do we stop crime immediately, but a greater conversation is how do we address it for the long haul? And one of the best ways to do that is community engagement and educational awareness. And so one of the things that we want to do is have some sort of mobile unit that's able to go out in the community and educate our neighbors, our citizens on what's happening, give them opportunities on how to be proactive in their own community. This is not something that's foreign to us. We've seen other institutional organizations around do the same thing. Some of this is inspired by The school board of Alachua County had a mobile bus that went around and educated parents, and kids and students could get on right in their neighborhoods and participate in activities through the school board. Also, we partnered with the HBW Coalition some years ago, and there was a mobile unit very similar to this, and that mobile unit circulated between various agencies, and so we got the opportunity to share that. We would like to bring that back and go into some of the neighborhoods, and students are able to get in. And an example would be getting on the bus and being able to watch You in the Law videos that their friends and they film in the neighborhoods. Like, we've done that before, and they get a chance to see themselves. And it's a form of visual arts and self-empowerment. And so looking to bring a mobile unit that's able to do that, as well as the community education piece. And some of our equipment is a little bit outdated that we have. And so we would like to update some of our technological equipment, such as video cameras and so forth, so that we can produce some of this stuff in-house. We do have some people on staff who have a background in mass communication. I being one, that's some of the things I did out at University of Florida when I was there as a student. And so we have some other people with some skills, our PIO, and we want to work together and be able to push content out very quickly, i.e. the walks. You see me out there with the camera and the phone, and our plan is to be able to put some of that stuff out so neighbors could see themselves walking with city leadership. A projector to be able to go out in the community, do movies on the lawn, show these videos on the lawn, various educational situations that we have in our community. What we realize is there's a lot of people that's doing a lot of stuff that does not get the awareness, so it doesn't tie into the bigger picture. And so one of the opportunities that we will have with doing things like this is to be able to tie some of those efforts together and work very closely with our neighbors. Publication material, just simply being able to print out material and hand out and so forth in our community. And so the total for that is $41,350. And we think that's going to go a long way. Some of these things are one-time costs, but like the mobile unit is a one-time purchase cost, and of course some of the maintenance throughout the years that we'll have to update that. But we think the return on investment that we're going to get far exceeds what we have here. And there's other communities that have done similar work as well. And I think that's it.
And for Commissioner Sacco, I want to let you know it's $750. I just found out.
Oh, okay.
Between misdemeanor and felony. So, thank you. Didn't want to give you the wrong numbers.
Good, we're good. Thank you.
Next slide. Gun violence. There's a lot of physical evidence with gun violence. And shell casings, the ballistics that we can recover from those shell casings, the bullet itself. It takes us weeks to get this information into the system to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, which is where we send all of our ballistic evidence to. It goes into an ATF system called NIBIN, which is a ballistic network that's nationwide. Anytime a gun, in many states, Florida's not one of them, many states require the gun to be test fired and that shell casing be entered into NIBIN before it's even sold. So my old state is one of those. So there's a fingerprint, if you will, from that firearm automatically. What we're asking for, besides the, I'm going to go to brass tacks first because that's the big expense here, the $150,000. It is a system which allows us, for our evidence techs, to take that physical evidence, put it into this computer system based on the equipment that we have, and almost instantaneously get a response if it has a match. And what it does is allows us to identify those areas where the same gun's being used, and we can track backwards to who had the gun. It actually will create a history for us based on all of the physical evidence that we can put into the system. It will identify those individuals if it is known as to who actually fired the gun. I know it sounds strange, but imagine it was in, say, Georgia, and it was recovered in Georgia, and they were able to determine that Mr. X fired this gun in Georgia, that's in the system. So when we get the hit, it'll tell us, you might want to look at Mr. X because he fired this gun previously. It really, really will make a difference. I can tell you right now, because the time delay, everybody watches TV, right? You've seen 48 hours and all that. Where, yes, the clock is definitely ticking because evidence is dated quickly. And if we don't react as fast as we can and gather this evidence and get it in the system and have our detectives get out on the street and talk to the community, do you know, did you see, did you hear? It makes all the difference in the world. Yes, it's expensive. I know it is. Right now, there's one in Jacksonville, and Tampa has one. And then I won't get into South Florida because they got all the money down in South Florida from the feds. And then the FDLE has one, which is where we're required to send all of our physical evidence related to firearms now. The other expense, the $86,000, is for a van for the forensics folks to operate with, again, state-of-the-art equipment on that van, so they could respond to the scene, have everything there on site, and have it entered there, as opposed to having to package it, take it back to the station, and do all the work there that they normally do. This is almost an on-site crime lab, if you will, allowing them to package everything on site. Our next slide is actually a joint, John, you want to talk about this too? With the fire department.
So it's actually a police athletic league coordinator, not a public safety coordinator. But our PAL program, we chartered in 2017, and PAL is actually a national organization with over 300 chapters throughout the United States. And this was done back in the early 70s, I believe is when they started. They had the opportunity to bring law enforcement together with youth in a proactive way. It's a very successful, long-standing organization. They have national conferences where local youth are able to travel to places like DC, Maryland, and hook up with about 900 other youth throughout the country, and just to learn how to build those positive interactions with law enforcement. And that's not only law enforcement, but you also see the fire departments participate in these things as well. So since we've chartered our PAL program, we haven't really had a person to really spearhead this. I've actually been the person kind of, keeping it, on the books and keeping it alive and so forth. And we've been able to partner with other agencies to participate. But we've gotten a lot of interest from the community about our PAL program. Oftentimes you hear people say, why don't we have a PAL program? And so we have a chapter. It is established. It's legitimate. We are in good standings in terms of our membership. And we want to solidify that position, that program, by bringing a dedicated person that's able to leverage these partnerships. We've had conversations with Parks and Recreation, as well as the fire department, as well as some organizations in the community. We chose to be a police activities league versus athletic because under the banner of activities, you're able to incorporate education, mentoring, all types of variations of arts and so forth. And so we can do that under the banner of activities. And so that's what we'll offer, as you see, sports, academics, recreation, mentoring, and there's a whole lot that goes into these PAL programs. So we're looking to bring a full-time person and even leverage that person with the solicitation of grant funding, which that's what we've done in the past couple of years to sustain our program. Thank you.
The next slide will, summarize. $240,000 for the community-oriented policing detail, which is more than just overtime. I know they're going to do community events. There's a lot of different things that they don't plan on doing with that money. Really, really proactive outreach, all positive. This is not an enforcement detail. This is a community policing detail, if you will. the community education efforts, the forensic equipment, as Mr. Alexander mentioned, the PAL coordinator, which is a must-have, brings our total to $621,483 for our ask. Question?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pierce, Mr. Alexander. Chief, is there anything else you wanted to add? Or I'll also ask Ms. Kerr if there's anything she wants to add before I turn back to the commission for questions and comments. Chief, anything else?
The only thing that I would add is that all these initiatives are initiatives that we must work with our neighbors. The public safety coordinator, we met with, we're doing a lot with neighborhood fire and rescue, and the things that their outreach within the community. So we felt that that would be a great entree within the community to reach a category of young people. So all I would say is that this is a collaborative effort. Our whole thing is trying to reduce crime, also reduce the fear of crime that we have within our community, particularly violent crime. That's all I have, sir.
Thank you, Chief. Ms. Curry, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, very good. So we'll turn back to the commission, Commissioner Santos, Commissioner Ward, and then we'll go from there. Commissioner Sacco after that, okay?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for the presentation. ARPA funds are one-time funding. I'm wondering, does this cover like a community policing? Is that 1 year or 2 year? And what's reoccurring? What are you hoping to have reoccurring versus what is one-time in terms of long-term budget impacts?
The $240,000?
Is that for 1 year or for 2 year? Because ARPA, sometimes we're funding 1 or 2 years worth of.
Chief, correct me, well, this is also,
I provide for it to be 2 years.
yeah, that's what,
I mean, 240,000 each year or 240,000?
No.
Over the 2 years.
over the 2 years.
And then the public safety coordinator, that's, you're, I guess, hoping that in is that 1 year's worth of funding or is that
That
2
is
years?
1 year's worth of funding.
Okay, and then the hope would be that would be included in a future budget?
Yes.
Okay.
Or if we look for additional grant funds or stuff that may be out there.
Okay.
And
And then
I would agree with the chief on that one, sir, that we would search out additional grant funding.
okay. And then the brass tracks of $150,000, is that a
That's a
one-time
one-time-
fee or is that yearly or? is
That's a
there
one-time purchase, that's it.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I certainly want to move forward with this. My concern, though, is, and my question, is how quickly could we hire folks? I mean, there are a number of positions here, and it's hard to hire people in general, especially hard to hire officers and police-oriented positions. Did you feel like we could staff up quickly?
Well, for this, you were talking about the PAL coordinator for the one position. The other positions, you know, Will Halvosis is not included in this, but I'm assuming that's what you're also referring to.
Well, in the Inspire positions and all that.
The Inspire positions, the chief has already reached out and has identified some folks.
Okay.
Mr. Alexander has also done so. So it's a question of onboarding as opposed to the advertising for the position.
Okay. So yes, we can staff up quickly.
Yes.
Okay.
For those positions, I don't consider it as a problem. Policing, absolutely. That is, and of course the chief hits me over the head daily on, Terry, you need to hire more, you need to hire more. Yes, sir, I'm more than happy to.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner?
Chief Pierce, for the brass tack program, is there a software cost to it? Like once we buy the equipment, is there like any software that has to be, or I guess like database that has to be maintained, or does that stay in-house?
The database is a federal database.
Okay, so that gets,
Right. We don't have to pay for that. Any additional costs, the ATF is going to cover.
oh, I'll take that. Okay, my one question is, and again, this is because the federal guidelines are written as densely as humanly possible. With this, I don't think we have one expert yet. We are hiring an expert on ARPA money and conditions soon, because I love this. I love all of this. I want to know if it's allowed under ARPA use. If, like,
specific.
right now, we're interpreting that it would be allowed under art use, but obviously for all of the programs that you'll be presented, the consultant will look at all of them and basically give us their opinion.
We're searching on that.
Sorry,
We are searching.
Yes, we're searching. Ultimately, I'm hoping we'll have a consultant to help us.
Okay, that would be, because I do want this project. I think every penny we're spending here is equipment that we need, so I do like the brass tacks, knowing that it does give us people to talk to as soon as humanly possible. Like, if we knew this gun, we kind of know where to go already, having that database. And I really do, I've seen part of what the PAL program does, our version anyway, and the kids seem to really like it. Gives a lot of parental figures and strong adults to look up to. So I do love that program. And I'm happy to know GFR is also involved. The 240, I know you said it's more than overtime. What else would really fall into that?
Well, imagine, because our expenses relate to any community event that we would want to host, and that's part of what that money's going to go to.
Okay.
I think it over that 2-year period.
Okay. Works for me. Thank you.
And I did reach out to my contacts at the DOJ, not to give them a list because I didn't want to get into that, but I went over generalities as to what we were asking for, and it was clear that under this program, their opinion is it's good.
Okay.
But I don't want to speak out. I'm just letting you know that before we even sat down as a department, we were going through a lot of different scenarios, the what ifs, can we do this, can we do that?
Actually, one more question, because I know you have contacts all over, and so does the chief. I know the PAL program's national, that works, that does work. The community education approach that we're taking, do we have other folks that have been using it long-term? Because I know the interrupters is not unique to us.
Correct.
The community education engagement components, those have been successful in other places.
Yes.
With demographics similar to ours?
Not in size, they've actually been bigger.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Duffy Walker, Commissioner Ariola, any other questions at this time?
Not at this time.
I'd like to ask something.
Sure.
Thank you for bringing this forward to us. I very much like the ideas that are being presented to us. They're very much in line with a lot of our vision. What I'm wondering is the genesis of this coming before the commission, a specific request for ARPA funding, because this issue is bigger than just the Gainesville Police Department. It is. And so I don't want us to think that this is it and that this is all we're going to pass and this is the commission's address to the crime increase in Gainesville, because that will not be effective. I think just by approving this, we're not going to see the impact, because when we talk about, when we're having conversations about ballistic software, that is way past the point that we're trying to intervene and stop this violence. So I'm not really interested in forensic equipment. I'm interested in putting in as much funding as we can, not just with the Gainesville Police Department, but with as many community initiatives, whether they're with our government or with partners, that are going to be able to address the very front, which is preventing these kids from getting to this point in the first place where they are being identified by the police department as at risk. So sometimes commissioners feel a little bit more conservative with how we spend money up here than most. I don't know that I feel comfortable with $621,000 being put in front of us without that additional input from the rest of what would be needed to address this issue. So I'm okay with community-oriented policing, education efforts, and public safety coordinators. I'm not going to approve $500,000 in forensic equipment. I don't think that is. I don't think that's part of the request here. So if it would be possible for whatever motion gets made for us to approve this funding, if that's the sense of the commission where we want to go, I want there to be follow-up, because this issue is not going to be solved by the police department alone, and I don't want that to be the impression that we leave today if we approve this funding. Because it is important, but the issue is much larger than what police officers are doing, and I think that this commission needs to require our staff to fund more than just police activity when trying to reduce gun violence. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think there's a couple items later in this agenda that will get just to that point, but we'll take those up when we get there. Commissioner Duncan Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was simply going to say thank you to Commissioner Ariola for noting that. And later on, I know as a part of my discussion, we definitely will be covering that. But thank you certainly for your sentiments there.
Did you conclude?
I did.
Okay, very good. My only concern, and I think, Ms. Curry, this is something that you're going to have to sort of get into as you look at our organization and figure out where things belong and how they're going to work most effectively. But we took some pretty intentional actions to create a youth services division and a plan to really increase the funding and the magnitude of that division within the city manager's office. And so as we look at opportunities like this, and I understand the importance and the value of each of those sort of discrete items that Mr. Alexander, Mr. Pierce listed. There's nothing that I disagree with in there. But when we look at, say, a public safety coordinator that's specifically going to be addressing our youth population, is that best housed within the police department, or is that something better housed within the new youth services division, coordinating with GFR, GPD, ASO, and many other youth-oriented community organizations? Because we've four of us only have less than a year left here, right? But if we're going to really be serious about shifting the emphasis on how we interact with and provide services to youth and to families of youth who also very often need support and assistance, then we need to commit to that, and when there's new opportunities to fund positions or programs, that we're asking that important question: is this best housed within GPD, GFR, or should it be under the Youth Services Division? And we start building out their capacity and the infrastructure they need to be able to execute what we think that it should be. And with all that, I'm sure I can't, we often have discussions at our dinner table, if you could have one superpower, what would it be? And the one I always immediately shun away is like mind reading. Like I don't want to be on any other person's mind ever. My own is hard enough for me to handle. So Mr. Alexander, I don't want to pretend to read your mind, but I also understand like the national sort of brand and programmatic approach and the support you get from the the police athletic league, or whatever we're modifying that to here, that opens the door for grant opportunities, that opens the door for in-kind assistance and even access to like major figures that might come in and all those things. So I get that. I still think we could do that without it being a direct report within GPD, and so that's how we have to start thinking, I think, creatively about youth services. Let's do this within youth services, but align ourselves with outstanding resources that we know work in those other areas. So, you know, I do think this is both an appropriate and urgent need for the use of ARP funding, and so I'm ready to support it. You know, prevention and building community is very important, and I will always support taking that approach first and putting the most towards that. But it's also important to hold people accountable and to be able to, you know, administer justice and find people responsible for committing crimes, then we need the tools to do that. Especially if we're in line with FDLE with whatever, 57 other counties that are all submitting their, you know, evidence to them at once. For us to be able to do a little bit more of that ourselves, I see the value in that, you know, and that does increase accountability and make sure the right people are being held accountable for very serious and violent crimes that are being committed. But that all has to be done in consort with, I think, some of the other things we're going to hear about later in the meeting. And, you know, I just want to go back to my original point. If the Youth Services Division is going to be as impactful as I think we all expect it to be, then it's opportunities like this where we need to start thinking about how we align, how we provide those services. Okay, back to the commission. I saw your hand, Adrian, and then Raina.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I agree with you broadly, but I guess the thing is you need someone who can liaison and coordinate from the police department and GFR side as well. And I don't know if that position is there, or that would take, there has to be some addressing it from many different avenues, but I think that people still being able to be comfortable to be able to talk to a police officer and being able to talk to them is important. And how can you build those bonds on it? So I don't know if this position would act as a liaison or coordinator as well for both police and GFR and working with the Youth Service Division, or how, I don't know, that's for the manager.
Program people.
So one of the things about the PAL program is it's one of those few things that it actually gives the police department a different look. And so a lot of kids in our community, and I won't just make it germane to our community, but in many communities, one of the things in the fear of law enforcement is that it's just enforcement. And so when people look at the Gainesville Police Department and they begin to see the efforts that's there, we are trendsetters in the country. I can tell you, and Mr. Harvosa can tell you that as well. Having PAL programs housed in police departments does just that. It breaks down barriers that can't necessarily be broken down in other ways. And so that's why the program that has all over the nation is very unique in terms of law enforcement, because it's something that law enforcement get to put out on the forefront and say, we're not just here to tear down communities, we're here as well to build them up. And yes, I do have a badge on. And yes, I do care about you before you have to get in handcuffs and so forth. And so we would need someone inside really operating that program if it is something to be housed in the Gainesville Police Department, which that's typically the way that it is across the country. And it does, you're right, it opens up many doors of opportunities. Then it could be done in another way. I'm not close to that as well. But if we kind of begin to remove many of the youth efforts from the police department, then I think you're actually regressing and you're going backwards to what things used to be, where police departments didn't have that engagement coming from someone with a badge on. And so I think that's critical, and many departments are moving towards what we've been doing under the banner of community policing and so forth. And so, and that's one of the reasons why it is uniquely housed in a police department or a sheriff's department. It's not just germane to police officers as well. So just wanted to put that in play.
In terms of the forensic equipment, I do think that while it is post an incident, we do have issues with retaliation, and being able to solve a crime as quickly as possible means that finding whoever is the perpetrator of that violence they're off the street, so they're not going to be a chance for them to be attacked and retaliated against as well, which is kind of that cycle of violence. So I do think that it helps reduce, solving crimes quicker helps reduce violence in the future in terms of retaliation. And then also, I mean, the victims themselves, I think, feel like something has been done as well towards them. And that's a big part too. I would like to move staff's recommendation.
Second. A motion and a second that we have approved the funding proposal and approved the recommendation from staff. Ray, did you have something else?
Yes, sir. Ms. Curry, could you remind us, I don't know if that was before your time, we had a very general bucket list of ARPA dollars. How much was originally allocated to GPD efforts?
I think it was $1 million.
$1 million? Okay, so we're coming under. That's good. Good job, guys.
Let me just make sure I'm correct. Yes.
Okay, so we came under. Thanks. And as for, I support the motion. I do think, couple of things. I do think having that equipment helps. We can hope for the best in the world. Something will still go wrong, and it's best that we have the ability to really make those victims feel heard, and that something is happening. And I say that as a victim of violent crime. If you, we couldn't do anything, there's nothing else we can do, meh, that hurts, and that stays with you, and that's what you remember about your engagement with the police. So the next time there's something, people don't call because they hear a shooting, because they say, what are they going to do? So I really do want to support that. And the forensic crime unit, it's not just for shootings, it's for any kind of violent crime. So you have almost a whole lab. You have the office coming to the scene.
Correct.
Okay, so that I think there's intense value in that. And you don't want one following every patrol car, you want one. So hopefully we don't have more than one of those happening at a time. And I did want to clarify, when we have up at the crime stats, the reported 116 shots fired, that includes children and adults.
That's the sound of, shots fired is a report of shots fired,
Okay.
not a shooting.
Well, okay, so for the 51 then, where people were injured, so a shooting occurred.
Yes, those numbers include children.
So it's both adults and children?
Yes, correct.
Because I think we were, and I was doing it for a minute, I think we were conflating, our youth, our approach to youth and crime, and then overall violent crime in our city, which is not only teenagers, as scary as they are. So it is two things, and we really, I think your approach that you presented here tries to deal with the overarching violent issue while also keeping in mind that a lot of our children have been lost in this mess and that they need specialized services. So I think overall, I see what you mean about, we're going to have a youth division and they will have work. But I think overall what you're asking is for the city at large, not exclusively for our youth. I think most of what you're asking for, the vast majority of this ask is for the city at large, not just children, which is why I support it. But thank you, Chief Pierce. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just clarify one thing,
of course.
The brass tracks is not a Gainesville Police Department only resource. We will be the regional for this. So our folks, the Alachua County Sheriff's Department, will bring their evidence to us as well, as will any other county we have an MOU with. So I don't want you to think this is strictly us. Crime, as the chief will point out, they live somewhere else or they come into the city to commit crime. This is a regional issue, if you will, the violent crime. And we are taking the proactive stance of being the leader in this technology.
For those MOUs, if we have the system, do they help us cover the cost? Since they are
Once we have it in place, the cost will be covered by the ATM.
Fine. Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. When we get back to the vote, if any portion wants to be split out by any commissioner, we can do that. Thank you, Chief Pierce, Mr. Alexander, Chief. And we will now open it up for any members of the public that wish to comment. And just give us 1 second. Ms. Malden's going to come up and clean the area. Just 1 moment. And then you'll have 3 minutes to share your thoughts. When 1 minute remains, you'll see a yellow light come on. And then when the red light comes on, your time has expired, and I'll invite the next speaker to come up. And just introduce yourselves for our clerk, please. Welcome.
Hello, it's been a long time since I've been here in person.
Welcome back in person. Yeah.
My name's Danielle, and I'm a community organizer and activist. I also very specifically work on issues of criminal justice in the community. Probably doesn't come as a surprise to you all, given the work that I do, but my opinion is police is not the answer. I really appreciate Commissioner Ariola bringing up the points that he did. You know, putting money into forensic equipment, that's not a proactive solution. Crimes have already been committed. We need to be putting money into preventing crimes, and police cannot be the solution. We need to be pouring more money into community organizations as much as possible. I do have to point out too, while this presentation was being given and they're talking about the great program that they have, one of the statistics they put up was about the pre-arrest diversion program and all the diversions they had. Yeah, I didn't hear anybody comment about the fact that 75% of the diversions that they put up on the screen were for white people, when the overwhelming majority of people who are incarcerated in our county jail are black. So in my opinion, you're not even executing the programs that you have well when you have such a disparity in the amount of people that you're diverting away from arrest. And you have somebody presenting up here saying, we're doing everything we can not to arrest people, yet the #1 community that is being impacted by incarceration and arrest is not the community that is benefiting from this program. So I just take issue with that. You know, it just is what it is. It's not that I don't support solutions to the violent crime in the community. I've been a victim of violent crime. My car was totaled in a drive-by shooting last year. A child I work with, at-risk youth, was murdered this past year. I had to plan his funeral. It was one of the worst experiences of my life. So I do want to see solutions to the violent crime that's happening in our community. I just, you know, I understand you guys are going to give police some money. I just think that you need to seriously reconsider thinking about a $70,000 salary for somebody to be a public safety coordinator, coordinating programs for the youth, when there are people who run sports programs in this community that don't have money to send their kids out to tournaments, and kids are fundraising in the median on the street corners and stuff. Throw $70,000 towards one of those organizations that's already in the community, that has the trust, that's doing the work in the community. I just think that you need to consider this request in its entirety and about what programs and solutions need to be housed at the police department and which programs and solutions need to be housed elsewhere. And I think when we think back at the uprisings that happened after George Floyd, the overwhelming majority of the country was saying, let the community do the work, let us do the work. And so there are a lot of community members that are out here that are willing to do the work, and just seriously consider that before granting all this money to the police department.
Thank you. Thanks for being here with us today. And this is a good time for just a reminder, a plug. We did set aside $7 million for community organizations to apply to, and that process is open right now. So if anybody's interested and represents an organization that wants to apply, then we can help you figure out how to do that. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. I am in support of the presentation. Y'all do have extra money sitting around to sponsor other programs, but give the police department things that they need to do the job that they see need to be done. They are the expert at this. Now, I agree there are some community things that should be done, but I, myself, if this is the right form, this is what I like to see done. I think the police department talked about walking marches, but I'd like to see recorded devices such as camera be placed in high violent areas. I also would like to see an increase in monetary rewards for those who are doing shootings. I also like to see anti-violence public service announcement and infomercials, and use the Risk Protection Act to take away guns from those who are threats to themselves, community, or to their families. Of course, combat crime two parts. You have the community and you have the police department. And you have extra money laying around over here, over there, federal government. So let us use the resources as best that we can. Let the police department do their job. Let community activists do their jobs. Meet with community activists. Find the revenue sources to fund their program. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak on this topic? Welcome.
I don't know how to do this. I've never known.
You don't have to do anything.
No.
The mic's above you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. All right, my name is James Gardner, and I wanted to speak specifically on this particular thing, the ARPA money that's going to be invested in this, and talk to you about the long-term cost that that will also create, and I think people have talked on that. And I would love to see the police get back to policing and stop trying to be the end-all of everything. They can't possibly do it. They don't have the manpower to do what they need to do. Mr. Ward made a comment the other day on television that was kind of, I don't know, it was disturbing to me, because he said, when we were talking about the grocery store, that we really wanted that to happen because the East Side doesn't have anything to call their own. And I thought that was rather divisive. We have a black-on-black crime task force, and crime is crime. You know, I don't even know why we need to put up the figures of black and white, all of that. But the money is the problem for me. We're just throwing money after money. That money's going to create more problems with more money, create new positions when we can't do the job we're supposed to be doing. So I would hope that you guys will take some of that extra money and get it to the east side of town. How long have we been revitalizing the east side of town? And it's only the east side of town, by the way, because it's on the east side of Main Street. It's not like it's just this different community. Those are our people too. So I would like to see us start treating this town like it's one town. And that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Mr. Mayor, if you want to turn to us, we do have two callers on the line, just in the interests of efficiency while they're clearing the podium.
Yeah, Adam, I'll get to you in one sec. We've got a couple other folks here, but yeah, tell them just to hang on. Mr. Shepard, did you want to speak?
My name is John Shepard, I'm the People's Representative. I wanted to bring to the attention that a young lady, she is misled, because if we had a forensic unit at the time that her child, or the person that she mentioned, did get shot, then we would have been able to solve the case faster. We would have been able to take an act upon the incidents that occurred faster. And I've been a forensic officer, so I know exactly what these officers have to go through when they arrive on the scene. They are a tool that helps the officer to take and do his job better, faster, and as a team. When that one tool is not there, like a forensic team or vehicle is not there, we don't have the tools to take and do the job. And therefore, it helps stop the officer from doing the paperwork that is needed to take and move forward. Or what do we do next? Well, we don't have a forensic office, so we can't do the finding of what had happened on the scene. That's why that is so critical. That money, I say that that money is a must. That van, I'd like to see a van for each district, because why are you shooting up fire department or a police department have to send a unit from a different district to that scene when it's not their district. 1, 2, it makes a faster flip of the paperwork. Oh, we can contact this one. That way we can get the evidence of what gun it was, what knife it was, what type of supplies was within that vehicle. All that information is the speed that we need to move forward in our police department to take and help us to achieve our goals as proud officers that we have. We can't do it without that. And to turn this down, you're just going to continue rolling the can down the road. We need to take and address this and look into. If we don't know about this, we need to go to the officers that are here, and the officer, Tony Jones. I mean, we have many fine officers who have walked in the same shoes, that are here to support you. And they can't do that if they don't have the tools to do it. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else here that wishes to speak to this item? Welcome.
My name is Ron Rose, pastor of Great Bethel AME Church. Only reason I'm speaking on this is because I think the idea is about preventing gun violence, reducing gun violence, and so there is a role that the police department plays. I really want to be real clear because I think Danny talked about the numbers that caught my attention too. And so I got 75%, it looks like about 85% of the youth that were arrested were blacks. It looks like 75% got an opportunity or took advantage of an opportunity for a diversion program. I heard another little piece in there that said, well, some crimes don't allow you to take advantage. And so it makes me assume that either we still have a DMC issue that's extremely drastic, or we're just doing all the violent crimes. And so I want to be real clear when we're talking about reducing gun violence, that there are things that you all can do to help support people that do this kind of work. But you all, the police department is not our answer. You all are the answer. You can help provide resources. It's our responsibility to impact our community and teach our community the importance of value in life, the importance of making correct decisions. There's things that you can do because it's our tax dollars that gives you the resources, to give you access to the resources. And so there are things that you can do, but it starts with us. And since I had an opportunity to take a public microphone, I wanted my community to know that it starts with us. They don't have the answers. They can't fix our problems. They do have the resources that they do need to be just and fair with if we're running programs. But coming from my community and where I come from, it's a wonderful thing to hear that the police department wants to do things to help reduce. But that's a mixed message. You're arresting me, and then you're also telling me your perception of the law. To our community, the black community, to the leaders and the players, we have to get in there and fill that void. We have to go in and gain and have the relationship with the young people in our community. It's great that the mayor can walk through the community, but the community needs to see us in the community so they can have a relationship and trust us when they're faced with issues of making a bad decision. So do whatever you want to do with this money right here, but understand you can't fix our problem, the police department can't fix our problem. We have to fix our problem, but you can help us and support us in trying to fix our problem.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the room today that wishes to speak to this item? Okay, Adam, I'll go over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have 3 speakers at the moment. First of the speakers is Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Poe, Commissioner Nathan Scott. So first and foremost, I want to thank Chief Jones, Assistant Chief Scott, Mr. Alexander, GPD, and our dedicated law enforcement officers for the presentation and for serving our community. Support the City Commission approving the entirety of the funding request before you today. The number of homicides, shootings, and violent crimes in downtown and Gainesville are deeply concerning. The mayor and city commission need to get serious about the homicides, shootings, and violent crimes in Gainesville and give GPD and our dedicated law enforcement officers the resources and tools that they need to do their job and protect our community. As someone who has a prior DUI conviction and obviously weak on crime, it's not surprising the Commissioner David Ariola is not willing to approve purchasing forensic equipment to collect evidence and to help apprehend violent criminals and bring them to justice. Perhaps Commissioner Ariola should tell the victims and their families of these homicides, shootings, and violent crimes he's not interested in collecting forensic evidence to help apprehend violent criminals and bring them to justice. Nothing like withholding the resources and tools that law enforcement desperately needs to do their job while expecting them to address this problem. Like many other citizens, I'm deeply concerned about all the homicides, shootings, violent crime downtown and throughout Gainesville. GPD remains understaffed, and unfortunately, the limited number of patrol units on shift at any given time are having to redeploy to address crowd control and violent crimes, which leaves other areas of the city underserved. Finally, it's interesting that the City Commission is asking more questions about spending this limited amount of money on this program than they did about fixing the problems identified in the state audit report. It's amazing how many questions asked about this small amount of money. Anything that Commissioner Desmond W. Walker brings to your attention, it seems like you make excuses not to approve things, but on other critical issues, you don't ask any questions. That's like a big roadblock. And finally, as stated by GPD, the diversion program is not available for violent crime. Accordingly, the number of white males on the diversion list is not dispositive in suggesting that the diversion program is not operating effectively. Again, if you read the crime reports on the Electoral Chronicle, you can see that many of these being arrested for violent crimes or repeat offenders that shouldn't have guns to begin with, and again, need to get tough on crime and start addressing these problems and give the GPD the resources as law enforcement officers they need to address this problem. They know that's how to solve it, and this commission should respond instead of making excuses, not thinking they know what's best, because clearly GPD has much better track record than the Gainesville City Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, next speaker is Sharon Burney. Ms. Burney, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I want to say that I, like most people in Gainesville, are deeply disturbed at the increased violence in Gainesville. But this increase is first and foremost a reaction. So prior to doing the same things over and over with policing as opposed to addressing the core issues, we need to take a pause and listen to your community. And unfortunately, we've normalized the hypocrisy of action. This normalization has decimated the Black community in Gainesville that leads us to where we are right now, which is a place where the misrepresentation of the Black community is focused on the intentional manifestation of purposeful blighting, which is leading to the increased crime. Educational income disparity, mental illness, food deserts that lead to obesity, diabetes, asthma, and health issues, a lack of neighborhood parks and recreation, mental illness and boredom that create a lack of neighborhood community inspiration. This disinvestment needs to go back to long hard looks in the mirror that move beyond bias, privilege, appropriation, and lip service, and advance from the hypocrisy of action to the investment in rebuilding the Black community from a place of survival of the fittest to the thriving community which is their inherent right. So I challenge you to stop and get honest about walking the walk and investing in the same way you do when you desire investment in your own personal communities or for your own pet projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burney. Next speaker is, forgive me if I mispronounce your name, Dijon Keane. Dijon, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. First of all, I'm fully in support of this. We have our gun violence has went up here in the city of Gainesville, but kudos to Chief Jones and his staff, Mr. Alexander, also our assistant chief, they work very hard. It's very important that we understand that we don't give them the resources that they need to be able to function, to be able to keep up with what's going on in today's society, that will fall behind. And as we've seen an increase in crime from all ages and younger ages. And I do think that it's important that we put all of our commissioners behind this ordeal, because first of all, we take care of our own, we take care of the ones in blue. At the end of the day, they're not only just fighting gun violence, they're not only just fighting people getting killed, increased numbers, they're also fighting COVID-19. So we have to understand that all of this that they got mixed up and going on, we want to ensure the resources to the officers of the Gainesville Police Department in the strongest way. We need to send a signal to our community from the commissioners that we back our community, that we want a more safer, a more easier community where we can all come together and fight this thing together. I think Chief Jones and his staff have done a great job, but we must continue giving those resources to make our community strong. And remember, at the end of the day, when something happens at City Hall or something happens at your doorstep, they are the ones that respond. So let us be careful in how we make this decision. And today, commissioners, do me a favor and do your job and do the right thing and vote for this item. Thank you so much, Mayor and Commissioners, and hope you guys have a blessed and a safe day.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Mr. Mayor, that's on the speaker.
Okay, thank you. Now that was Dejan Kane. Dejan Kane.
Dejan.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
We've known him for a while. It's been a while since we heard from him, but it's good to have him back. Thank you all for sharing your thoughts and your views. They all are valid and important, and this is not something that we solve or address in one day or one allocation of ARPA money, but it will keep us moving in the direction of being able to more completely address the needs of our community. And so I want to thank the police department and especially the chief and Mr. Alexander and Mr. Halvosa, who, even though he's not with us anymore, has been so instrumental in helping us get closer to achieving our goals, to get us to some discrete ways we can address our current challenges and really set up our organization to make this a sustainable way of addressing violence in our community. So we'll move to a vote. Was there a request? Is there a desire for the forensic equipment element to be split out? Anybody? Okay. So then the motion is to approve the recommendation. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Thank you all very much. We'll move on to our next item. Just to remind everyone, we switched the next two items. So up next, we'll hear the item Cultural Arts Centers and their effect on youth violence and poverty. Madam Manager, Ms. Spicer, going to lead us off here?
Sorry?
You going to lead us off?
Yes, I
All
am.
right. Welcome.
Hi, Mayor and Commissioners. I am Morgan Spicer. I am the Interim Policy Oversight Administrator, and I am here with one of our Policy Research Fellows, Kaylin Escobar, who is going to present her research that she conducted for Commissioner Duncan Walker on cultural arts centers and their ability to reduce youth violence and poverty. If you'll go to the next slide quickly. Before I hand it over to Kaylin, I will just remind you all of how we got here in the policy process. So phase one is research and idea formulation, which resulted in this report that we will review today. And then we are currently in phase two, which is GPC consideration. And once Kaylin has concluded her presentation, I will remind you of the following stages of the policy process. But thank you all, and Kaylin, you can go ahead.
All right, Ms. Spicer, thank you. Ms. Escobar, welcome. I don't believe we've met, so it's great to have you with us today. Congratulations on being selected as a fellow, and thank you so much for the work that you've done on this.
Thank you. Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Kaylin Escobar, and I'm one of the Policy Research Fellows. Today, I will discuss what cultural arts centers, or CACs, are and how they are used in the community. I will also discuss the research on the relationships between CACs and youth violence and poverty, as well as the prevalence of youth violence in Alachua County particularly. In order to understand the application of CACs, case studies in Miramar, Miami, Tallahassee, and Charlotte, North Carolina will also be referenced. Next slide, please. Cultural arts centers, or CACs, are community centers that offer arts programming to foster art skills and cultural connections. These programs are tailored to the communities they serve. The primary mission of the majority of CACs is to educate the community and cultivate artistic skills. How these CACs are operated varies based on the size of the community and structure of city government. Local arts agencies, of which there are over 4,500 in the U.S., may work in conjunction with city government or privately. Some cities may provide an advisory board to assist with the operation of CACs. There also may be a combination of both. Next slide, please. The research between arts programming and youth violence suggests a decrease in repeat offenses and increase in pro-social behavior. This is behavior infused with compassion in relationships with the self and the community. There are positive trends between arts engagement and social emotional skills, but no causal relationship between the two. However, CACs and arts programming can reduce factors that elevate risks for youth violence. Systematic arts programming limits youth violence risk factors, like loss of close friendship and low school commitment, and promotes protective factors, like the presence of mentors, supporting developmental skills, and engaging with the community. CACs can provide a safe environment to participate in arts activities and a common ground to learn about other cultures while promoting further interaction with one's community. Next slide, please. There is little research on the relationships between cultural arts programming and a decrease in poverty. However, there is evidence of arts engagement showing positive outcomes on school grades, test scores, and high school graduation rates. Arts interaction can also cultivate transferable skills that may increase future workforce success, including cognitive, regulatory, and behavioral control. Next slide, please. A limitation of the association between arts programming and youth violence and poverty is a lack of quality research studies focused on the precise effects arts programming has on youth violence and poverty. Small sample sizes, a high attrition rate, and data collection mismanagement are common limitations in academic studies on this topic. Note that just because the research conducted has not had sufficient data to support one, a causal relationship between arts programming and youth violence may still exist. Next slide, please. Qualitative research and anecdotal experiences do indicate that youth involvement in the community has been facilitated by exposure to arts programs. In Alaska, Native youth furthered their participation by finding employment in arts and tourism jobs that connected to their culture. Additionally, public spaces act as a gathering center and area for recreation that provides a low-cost option for exercise and community events. Throughout conversations with cultural arts leaders, there have been many prominent stories of low-income youth finding a passion for art and having CACs as a dependable outlet to cultivate that passion. An individual in Charlotte discovered their culinary skills at a CAC program and began their own catering business as a result. Another youth discovered their passion for the saxophone after attending a musical instrument demonstration, and the Harvey B. Gantt Center secured funds to gift them with their own saxophone. In practice, art educators have seen students use arts as a creative problem-solving outlet and safe form of risk-taking. They also serve as a medium to explore the self and identity. Next slide, please. There are currently no CACs in Gainesville. The Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Department features the Thomas Center Galleries and Beau Diddley Plaza events, as well as the Cultural Arts Coalition, a nonprofit that operates in the Wilhelmina Johnson Center. The Porter's Community Center offers various programs and initiatives like the Summer Block Party and Community Garden, but does not offer scheduled arts programming. On May 11, 2021, the University of Florida proposed a plan for the city that would transform Old Fire Station No. 1 into a community arts center. They named the site as a space for people, arts, research, and creative collaboration and community, or SPARK 352. The estimated costs were $2.5 to $3 million, with plans to split costs between the university and the city. Proposed activities included city-sponsored events, dance classes, music classes, and a studio space for local artists. As of April 7, 2021, the White House issued a fact sheet summarizing the Biden-Harris administration's Community Violence Intervention, CVI, methods. This includes a federal investment to support community violence intervention programs that improve workforce outcomes for at-risk individuals, and revision to existing grants to target at-risk communities. The DOJ is also prioritizing CVI strategies in the Comprehensive Youth Violence Prevention and Reduction Programs, which is an $11 million grant for programs dedicated to preventing and reducing youth violence. Next slide, please. In the fiscal year 2019 to 2020, Alachua County recorded a population of 20,968 youth between the ages of 10 to 17. There were 699 juvenile arrests made. Arrests made by age group are as follows from greatest to least: 15 to 16, 17 plus, 13 to 14, and 5 to 12. Out of the recorded arrests, the 15 to 16 age range made up 42%. Next slide, please. One example of a study of cultural arts centers in the state of Florida is the Prodigy Program, serving West Central Florida. It is a research-based prevention program centered around cultural arts education to target at-risk youth between the ages of 5 to 18. Prodigy engages local artists in the programming and instructs participants in dance, music, theater, and painting. A study was conducted in 2013 to analyze the effects of the program on youth in susceptible communities. There were few statistically significant results, indicating arts programming had a positive impact on social skills. However, the data shows positive trends. Positive trends indicate the data is consistent with the expected results. In this case, that arts programming had a positive impact on social skills. There was a statistically significant reduction in behavioral and mental health problems for juveniles after completing the Prodigy program. The research also indicated that structured programs are better suited to improving empathetic behavior. There were near significant results that participation in the program reduced physical aggression and positive behavioral changes because of engagement with the arts through Prodigy. Prodigy reports its participants maintain an 89% non-recidivism rate. Next slide, please. The 5 case studies we will be discussing today include the African Heritage Cultural Arts Center, African American Research Library and Cultural Center, Miramar Culture Center Arts Park, Council on Culture and Arts or COCA, and the Harvey B. Gantt Center for African American Arts and Culture at Levine Center for the Arts. Next slide, please. The African Heritage Cultural Arts Center in Miami, or AHCAC, was created in 1975 and is managed by the Miami-Dade County Department of Cultural Affairs and receives funding from the Miami-Dade County Mayor and Board of County Commissioners. They offer a residency program for emerging artists and public art exhibitions. The CAC has a black box theater, music building with concert hall, and piano lab. AHCAC offers an after-school arts academy for 5 to 16-year-olds that covers the application of the arts with registration being first come, first served, along with financial assistance programs. They also offer both an artist residency and civic residency program. The center displays productions from notable companies like the Dance Theater of Harlem, the National Black Theater Company, and the Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater, and provides classes taught by previous alumni. Next slide, please. The African American Research Library and Cultural Center is a library in Broward County with more Black history books and books written by Black individuals than any other facility in the country. The library was built in 1999 with the land and $5 million in funding coming from the Broward County Commission, while the remaining $7 million required to build the facility came from community fundraising. The library features permanent and traveling exhibits, an auditorium, and a computer lab. AARLCC has displayed over 38 major exhibits and offered 184 cultural programs to over 895,000 customers. Programming includes commissioned productions offered at the in-house art theater and various reflects the needs of the community. The Small Business Resource Center, a service offered by the AARLCC, allows individuals to manage and grow their businesses. The AARLCC operates with a combination of federal funding and grants. The Cultural Center is owned by Broward County Libraries and operates as a 501c3 Friends organization. These Friends of AARLCC advocate for library funding from elected officials and regularly discuss funding and the benefits of programming with the county administrator, mayor, and county commissioners. Next slide, please. The Miramar Cultural Center / Arts Park, or MCC, was founded in 2009 and established near the city government. They are structured with both a Cultural Arts Advisory Board, where members are appointed by the Miramar City Commission, and the Miramar Cultural Trust Incorporated, a not-for-profit intended to collect and provide financial support. The Miramar Cultural Trust was created to provide different avenues of funding, but displayed issues in practice due to internal disagreements over operational considerations. Additional grants and subsidies were given by the city. Programs include shows from local and commercial artists, workshops, and school programs. MCC hosts art exhibitions to showcase student work and programs like the Literature to Life, where students read a book in class and watch a performance based on the story. Programming is based on the needs of the community and highlight artists in the community through Community Saturday. MCC intentionally works with the school system to occupy the youth's free time with cultural activities. By engaging with the arts, youth are not intimidated by them and instead embrace them. The CAC does not have data on how their programming has affected youth violence or poverty. Next slide, please. The Council on Culture and Arts, or COCA, serves as the local arts agency for Tallahassee and Leon County and has served the community for 35 years. It is an independent nonprofit and classified as a 501c3. Tallahassee and Leon County have designated COCA as their local arts agency, and COCA further serves counties within a 100-mile radius of Tallahassee. As an autonomous body, they work with local government to provide services to the community. These services are contracted by the local government, but they also offer extra programs using outside revenue. As a granting organization, they both receive and redistribute grant funds. COCA works with the Lafayette Park Arts and Crafts Center, one of 12 community centers offered by the City of Tallahassee's Department of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Affairs. These centers offer various programs, including after-school programs, dance step team, nutrition classes, pottery classes, and fitness trails. The COCA programs offered across the CACs allow the participants to develop skills like creative problem solving and teamwork. The center offers a comfortable environment to encourage safe risk-taking and minimize fear of failure while providing an outlet for self-expression. Next slide, please. The Harvey B. Gantt Center, founded in 2009, is a 46,000 square foot facility in Charlotte, North Carolina. It was founded with the intention to ensure the legacy of African Americans in the area was not lost. The center is a 501c3 nonprofit and receives support from the Knight Foundation, corporations like Bank of America and Wells Fargo, and the Equitable Foundation. They have recently received city funding this year from the City of Charlotte's newly established Arts and Culture Council, which has provided funding for the Gantt Center. Their programs range from rotating exhibits with local art, music events and plays, to workshops and seminars. The Gantt Center provides educational options via tours of the exhibits and provides workshops that meet the North Carolina Standard Course of Study for each age range. The Gantt Center has partnered with artists and public schools to develop Envision Me, which allows students to learn about art through workshops and culminates in the publication of a book with photographs and poems created by the students. They have also worked with nonprofits in the past. Skills learned in these programs include writing, teamwork, and technical skills in instruments, photography, and culinary arts. The Gantt Center serves as an example of engaging with both arts and culture in distinct and unique ways. Next slide, please. Some potential disadvantages to the policy include that there may be difficulties in establishing a CAC structure. There would need to be significant discussion over whether the center would be government-run or run by a private organization. Most research has failed to show a statistically significant and causal link between arts and reductions in youth violence and poverty. And finally, CACs are generally not created with the sole goal of reducing youth violence and poverty. Next slide, please. However, potential advantages to the policy include that they may serve as an outlet to improve local unity. The programming can be tailored to fit the needs of the community. It could engage local artists with the community and provide a platform to promote their work. They can provide a safe environment to explore artistic expression and may provide an option for justice-involved youth to connect with their community. Next slide, please. And now I will hand it back over to Morgan to remind you all of the potential remaining steps in the policy process.
Thank you very much, Kaylin, and thank you for your work on this topic. So this is just a reminder of the next phases of our policy process. So phase 3 is timeline development, where a working group would be convened to discuss timeline and resource considerations for the policy. Phase 4 stays in that working group with the full staff analysis and proposal development, where impacts are assessed. It's legal analysis, risk analysis, and equity analysis. Phase 5, the proposal would return to GPC, and then based on your all's determination in phase 5, it may proceed into phase 6, which would be implementation. But that is, you can go to the next slide. That is all that we have for you today, but we're happy to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
All right, thank you both. I appreciate that. So let me go over to Commissioner Duncan Walker. I know this has been a priority of yours, and so you can share your thoughts and or what you see as our path forward on this.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'd like to say thank you to our research team who pulled all of that together. I did want to make sure that we were very clear in understanding that there actually have been some pretty significant links to crime reduction in terms of involvement with the arts, arts-based programs, and arts therapies for at-risk, justice involved and traumatized youths. A study in 2020 found that among children and teenagers from socially and economically disadvantaged backgrounds, those with high levels of arts engagement showed more positive outcomes on indicators such as school grades, test scores, and high school graduations compared with youths with low levels of arts engagement. For at-risk and justice-involved youth, the arts provide an outlet for addressing emotional and/or problem behaviors through opportunities to learn new skills, develop new talents, express thoughts and ideas in creative and therapeutic ways. And there was seen a reduction in criminal behavior. This has been a very, very important issue for me for quite some time now. And it's been born out of watching my classmates bury their sons. It's been born out of watching families suffer senseless acts of violence that have root causes that we have not been able to address. I've had the opportunity over the last several months to make some friends and begin developing some partnerships, if you will, with some major and key individuals in the community. And you'll excuse me as I take my time today. When I woke up this morning, this topic was weighing very heavily on me. It's a very serious matter, and I'm struggling just a bit today. Last month, I hosted a telephone town hall on gun violence with 1,100 callers on the line. I extended the conversation beyond the time that was allotted, and we still did not have enough time to hear from all of those who wanted to speak. We could consider that a successful town hall by attendance standards. But the fact that there were so many people on the line was an indicator that we realized that this issue is urgent, that we realized that this situation has gotten worse, and that many members of the community want to be a part of finding the solutions. There is no singular solution. In the months prior to the town hall, as well as recently, I have visited and spoken to youth organizations and individuals throughout the community, asking young people and their families what they need to keep them uninvolved and safe from gun violence. No matter where I went, or what child or parent I spoke to, one statement was consistent across conversations. I kept hearing youth and parents say over and over, they don't have anywhere to go. They don't have anything to do. When I asked what they wanted to do, they said they wanted mentoring. They said they wanted after-school programs. They said they wanted sports. They said they wanted mental health counseling. They said they wanted arts activities. And they said they wanted jobs. As a direct response to what they asked me for, over the last few months I convened a series of conversations and began to work collaboratively with the superintendent of Alachua County Schools, Dr. Carly Simon, who's here with us in person this afternoon, the president of Santa Fe College, Dr. Paul Brody, Dr. Oshabi Craig, director of UF's Center for Arts, Entrepreneurship, and Migration, Dion Champion, co-director of the Spark 352 program. Elena Jackson from the Arts in Medicine program. And we coalesced around the idea of bringing a cultural arts hub to East Gainesville to serve youth and families. Dr. Craig and his team are joining us via Zoom, and I'd like to ask if he would kindly join us at this time and give us a few words, and Oshabi, if you would take us on a bit of a journey in terms of how we got to where we are today and what we discussed in terms of Spark's involvement in the creation of this cultural hub.
Most definitely. Good afternoon, Mayor Poe. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Good afternoon, Commissioner Duncan Walker. Good afternoon, City Manager Curry. We are really happy to be here today, and thank you for providing a little bit of context around the conversation that we are going to have with respect to an opportunity that I believe is galvanizing some of the catalytic change that is needed for our community. I come to this room first as a son of Gainesville, having graduated from Gainesville High School, and have returned to Gainesville, seeing my community really facing a lot of challenges. And I will say, listening to the presentation from GPD, listening to the community organizers come into the room, it is not independent to us here in Gainesville. We have colleagues that I've talked to around the country that are facing these same issues and looking for solutions. And we believe with the work that we have put forth over the last 2+ years around talking about Spark 352 and the type of catalytic change that happens when quality arts programming experiences come into communities, we believe that we can be part, not the solution, but part of the solution. And so in the conversations that have happened in the recent weeks around what would it look like to bring a full cultural arts center to Gainesville, it is something that we're excited about. It is something that we believe is needed for our community as a whole. It is something that we believe inside of the College of the Arts at the University of Florida that we have programming, we have expertise to lend, we have experience to share to help be a part of the solution of some of the challenges that we're facing in the community. And when we talk about arts programming, we're talking not just about arts for art's sake, but we're talking about things that will have imprints and will have deep effects on the lives of our young people, on the lives of our adults, on the lives of our seniors, that we're talking about comprehensive effect on our community at every age. And so for us in our SPARK team, and I want to bring into the conversation some of the other members of our team to provide some context about an opportunity that we're excited to share with you all, which we believe is emblematic of an example of the type of programming that Commissioner Duncan Walker, Superintendent Simon, and our SPARK team, and not just the team that you see here of faculty and staff, but also of our community members, our community working group, representing artists, business owners, concerned citizens here in Gainesville, around what would it look like to have a place that the community, the university, the city could gather around arts being that anchor, arts being that fuel to provide proper change. And so I'm going to quickly introduce Andrew Tejas and Dr. Dion Champion, who are going to present an example of what something like this could look like in actuality with respect to an opportunity that we brought forth and shared with Commissioner Duncan Walker and City Manager Curry around the One Nation, One Project initiative. And so I'm going to first pass to Andrew. If you could come on in, Andrew.
Yeah, before I get started, I wasn't sure if we were done with this agenda point or if Commissioner Duncan Walker had more to bring in.
And thank you for that, Andrew, because I do believe, Dr. Craig, that this is actually a part of the next conversation. I didn't want to if you saw some type of intersectionality there that you wanted to introduce, that would be fine. But if you want to jump to the next conversation, I would say let's kindly finish this one and go on to that one, because that is the next agenda item.
Most definitely, most definitely. And to that, I welcome both Andrew and Dion to come in. Alana Jackson, who was our other leading team member, she had to leave for a class that she had to teach. But I'm going to reflect specifically around the conversation of what we believe what a potential cultural arts center for Gainesville would look like and where Spark intersects with that. For my Center for Arts, Migration, and Entrepreneurship, one of our main focuses is really a conversation around workforce development and skills cultivation in young people around the creative economy that we have here in the state of Florida. For those that look at economic data, Florida is one of the leading states in the country with respect to arts and tourism. People get off a plane every day to come here to our state, and at the heart of that is arts and culture. We believe that there are so many talented young folks, and to not say that opportunities for athletic programs and art opportunities for existing infrastructure are not meeting the needs, but we need to cultivate other opportunities for these young folks to have similar experiences to what took place when we were in school, where there was band, where there was music, where there was theater available. We believe that these are the things, the sticky activities that keep our young folks engaged in that time between 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock before parents get home from work, to make sure that we have things that are having the impact, building a sense of community, building a sense of engagement that is needed for our young people. And so I submit that from the King perspective, but then there's also perspectives around arts and wellness. And just for those who are our participants, how important it is for you to come and have a place to realign your perspective on life. I heard in the GPD presentation a very, very real conversation around how these young people are valuing life. And these are things that we have seen in the courses of our careers. The effects of having quality arts programming is a great way to mitigate a lot of the issues that we're finding there. So I'm going to pause for a moment and pass to Andrew or Dion to also join into this conversation, as they also participated in some of just the very preliminary discussions that we've had about the possibility of having a facility like this come into our community.
Thanks, Oshimi. This is Deanna Champion talking. I think I definitely just agree with everything that's been presented so far. I think one thing that I want to bring out in this conversation is something that Oshimi mentioned but didn't really stick on, which was the idea of more than arts for the art's sake. We definitely see the potential and the possibility of using art for. And so the programming that through Spark that we would like to see happen, and even in these cultural arts spaces that we're talking about, potentially that the city would bring into effect, would be arts as a way of helping kids understand STEM ideas and concepts, arts as a way of helping to provide opportunities for economic development and workforce development for people in the community, whether they're artists or see themselves as creatives or not, arts as a way of helping communities to organize, to produce and develop the kinds of programming and activities, and to do the kinds of research that they're interested in understanding how to do, so that they can then create programs that are sustainable and programs that are run by people in the community. And so it's not a matter of you needing these experts from UF or from other places to come in and bring programming to those communities, but setting it up so that we're providing a set of resources so that people can, do that work themselves, and we would provide the support that they would need in order to get their projects off the ground and continue them. That's something that's happening with the Spark Initiative, and that's something that's also happening with the Reimagining Gainesville project, the Partnership for Reimagining Gainesville. We see in those two initiatives opportunities that really dovetail nicely with the idea of presenting or creating cultural arts spaces in the city of Gainesville, where the people become then empowered to do the work that they want to do.
Yeah, and I'll just echo what's been brought up both in some of the presentations that the commission has seen today, and in some of the comments from the commissioners themselves and from the audience, in that the nature of the problems and the urgency to address those problems means that it's not something that one organization can resolve or solve alone. And so collaboration and figuring out how we can be creative in fostering collaboration and partnership across our community and making the best use possible of resources that are available is of utmost importance. And I think that the Spark 352 initiative represents one idea for how that can be done, focused around arts, wellness, and empowerment. And it certainly is not the only one, but I think moving in this direction and finding opportunity for bringing together organizations through collaboration and partnership and bringing the best of what the organizations and the actors in our community have to offer is going to be really key if we want to see real movement in addressing some of these problems.
Oshabi, is that it from your team?
I think so on that, because I really am excited for us to share this presentation, because I think it represents seeing potential in a container, and a container that we believe can be the first stop on a journey of transformation for our community. And so I'll say that I'll pause there with respect to time.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for that. I wanted to take the opportunity as well to bring up Dr. Simon at this point, if she wouldn't mind stepping up to the microphone, because I want to briefly take us in the direction of how we've begun to explore the unique opportunity that we have to utilize space at the Duval Early Learning Academy. And so we've begun those conversations, and Dr. Simon and this group and I have done a site visit, and we've walked through the space, we've felt it, we've dreamed, and we've envisioned what could happen there. And we do know that there are existing groups that are currently operating out of the space. And I want to make sure that I say in this very public forum to both those organizations and all of our neighbors that are watching, this is a community effort, and this is designed and intentioned to be a community hub. And so our goal as we move through that space was never to displace any of the existing organizations in there. We want to make the existing organizations who are doing wonderful work out of that space certainly feel welcome where they already are, but there is massive space at the Duval Early Learning Academy that we have envisioned utilizing in a number of ways to help facilitate this this cultural arts hub. So Dr. Simon, I wonder if you would just take a couple of moments to walk this commission and all of our viewers and listeners through Duval in and of itself and the logistical opportunity that exists there in terms of the space itself. And also if we could speak briefly just about our potential partnership with the school.
Dr. Simon, thank you for being with us today. Appreciate you taking the time out.
Thank you for having me. It's good to be here, and it's great seeing you. Congratulations. So I guess, like, long history, I went to Duval. Desmond and I actually went to Duval together. I know the community well. When I came back from Cincinnati, at that point, Duval had shifted from an elementary school into the early child care center. What we ended up having with the early child care center is that we had, at one point, Head Start program, and then we also had kindergartners, and then they would feed into their elementary schools. And what we ended up running into is, one, the Head Start grant was non-renewed, and then we also had where families were finding that it was complicated, and if anyone had young children in the school system, if you had a kindergartner dropped off at one school and then you needed to have your second grader or third grader taken to another school, that just made life a little bit more complicated. Because of that, because of financial inefficiencies of having it that way, the board had voted to pause the school. And so we had it paused, and actually the school was intended to be empty this year. What ended up happening is actually one of your partners who had the Oakview building, Aces in Motion, there was the fire, and they needed a location almost overnight. And so we talked to them, And they ended up working with the Children's Trust and applied for a grant with 3 other nonprofits. And they are renting spaces in our Duval building, so they have a few classrooms. That has turned out to be a very nice accidental experiment associated with synergy. They have found that, 1, nonprofits struggle for space, and 2, nonprofits struggle with just the actual capacity of having to be able to run their organizations. They have a lot of needs for their students, and I think they found that the working of the 4 of them together ended up bearing even more fruit than they had anticipated. And so we've been talking internally, we've been talking to community members, Commissioner Duncan Walker and I have been talking, a lot of people actually across the community have been talking about what happens to this space. What we are running into still with our school district is that, especially on the east side of town, we have more schools than we have students. And what I'm noticing as a superintendent, we have the traditional K-12 day, but we do have these times where students are not in the school setting, but we also need to have those supports. And our nonprofit after-school programs are very much important in that relationship. And I think there's opportunities by using our schools that we have the excess of, using those as community centers. So almost like the community school model, but there's actually a school that is providing like non-traditional school hours. So in our discussions were to utilize some of the other parts of the building, because right now the 4 nonprofits don't occupy the entire space. And so we're talking about this summer, them renting the space to have the arts in our music room for the utilization, but we're seeing how this could be expanded. I'm very much interested in how we can bring arts and medicine, arts and medicine together to have this space as well. I think there's some opportunities that I know as just running the organization, we could use this to support our employees by having a health clinic, as well as community members and students to have additional supports for health. And then we would use the arts as kind of the heart of the health. And so we're having these discussions. I think there's quite a bit that we can do. I see opportunities. We were talking just internally. I went to see a very great art exhibit, and it was at the Aquin Jones home, which many of you I'm sure have been in. It's a small home. And there were art pieces that just didn't have the ability to be displayed in that space because that artist, who usually has large pieces of work, they did not fit into this space. And I think what we could offer with this collaboration are opportunities to even take it to the next level. Like, where is a performing arts center? Where is an art gallery on the east side where we could utilize this? And there is a lot of land on the Duval property. We are bringing this brainstorming discussion to our board on Tuesday to talk to them about this, but I think that with the collaboration and also with these nonprofits, as I said, they're funded through Children's Trust. Children's Trust is also interested in this area, and so I think there's a way of bringing everyone together and looking at the opportunities that we have. The building is in fairly decent shape. It does have a cafeteria, it has classroom spaces, a library, a front entrance. If I were to go by, what I really would love to see envisioned is, the chain link fence comes down, the lighting is up. It's very much a place that is accessed by youth, adults. It's kind of an open space where people can really engage in with each other and with that building, and learning is consistent throughout the day.
So awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Simon. I have one last person that I'd like to just make a couple of brief comments, and he has joined us online, or virtually, I should say. He is Mr. Marshall Davis of the African Heritage Cultural Arts Center in Miami, Florida. I'd like him just to take a couple of minutes to talk to us about what that Cultural Arts Center is in Miami-Dade. I'm not sure who is controlling our virtual experience today, but if you could assist me in tapping Mr. Davis while you're doing that, I'll say that I had the opportunity to work at the African Heritage Cultural Arts Center many mango seasons ago, and found it to be one of the most fulfilling experiences of my life. The African Heritage Cultural Arts Center is located in the heart of Liberty City, on the corner of 62nd and 22nd. And those streets have been renamed now. One of those streets is now Moonlight Way. So if you're familiar with the Academy Award-winning movie Moonlight, one of the graduates of the African Heritage Cultural Arts Center was the director of that movie. So the African Heritage Cultural Arts Center sits in the heart of one of the most embattled communities in the country. And the community that surrounds it are full of students and youth and families that are very much like a lot of the families in the East Side. When I got to the African Heritage Cultural Arts Center, I was blown away because of the resources that they have, but also because of the synergy that exists in the space and the way that people flock. Not just for the arts, but for the opportunity to have a space that is a safe space, the opportunity to have a space where art and culture are presented, the opportunity to have a space where children can grow into their full potential. I want to share this quick story with you. Mr. Davis and I one day were standing on the back of the African Heritage Cultural Arts Center on a lunch break. And we noticed 4 young men walking across the back field that did not belong to us. They were walking towards us and we did not get alarmed, but we just simply paid attention. As the young men approached us, the leader of the pack, who we would later come to know as Cornell, asked us, "What is this?" And I said, "I'm glad you asked." I took Cornell, along with his 4 other friends, on a tour of the African Heritage Cultural Arts Center. They were enamored as they walked through the band room, the dance studio, the 250-seat black box theater space that's attached to a shop that builds the set pieces for the theatrical presentations, the photography lab, etc., etc. By the time it was all over, each one of the youth wanted to know how they could go there. Now here's the thing that was interesting to me. These young men who were not a part of our program were cutting across this lot for the first time. They could have gone 20 feet beyond where we were, to any one of the 4 corners on 62nd and 22nd, and engaged in any type of illegal activity they wanted to. But they chose to come to the African Heritage Cultural Arts Center. And I know they did that because it was the alternative. The alternative was there. So, for years, Cornell attended the African Heritage Cultural Arts Center, and he was not a dancer. He was not an actor. He was not a singer. He was just a kid who, like those that I described to you before, wanted something positive to do. Even when he aged out of the program, he stuck with it. And his friends, by the way, did not. But he stayed. I got promoted to another position. And I stayed within Miami-Dade County. I got my own facility, the Women's History Gallery down in South Dade. Cornell kept attending the facility. I made the decision that I was going to leave Miami and move to Atlanta. Cornell stayed at the center. I got a phone call one day that was one of the most harrowing and sad phone calls that I've ever gotten in my life. And it was that Cornell had gotten shot. I dropped the phone. I stretched out. And I cried. My colleague who was on the other end was yelling for me to pick up the phone because she wanted me to understand that though he had been shot, he did not die. And he was going to be okay. He recovered from his injury. He went back to the Cultural Arts Center that he had aged out from. Years went by. And about 3 years ago, just before COVID, I returned to the African Heritage Cultural Arts Center because I had a conference in Miami. I went to lunch, or I went to meet Mr. Davis for lunch. And as I walked through the breezeway, I heard him asking me, "Did you see someone sitting at the front of the facility?" I said, "No, I didn't." He said, "You didn't see anyone sitting at the front of the facility?" "No, Mr. Davis, I did not." No sooner than I said that, that a tall, dark, handsome, and grown Cornell come running down the breezeway, screaming my name, Miss Walker. Cornell worked at the African Heritage Cultural Arts Center at that point. I'm sharing this with you because that to me is a success story. And it's very relevant from the standpoint of the reality of gun violence, a lack of access to the necessities, disparities, but also the opportunity that a space like the African Heritage Cultural Arts Center provides. It provides it not just for youth, but it provides it for an entire community. The programming that happens there, yes, is arts-based, but it's so much more. Mr. Davis, I wonder if you're there right now, if you could just give us...
I am, Desmond, and I want to appreciate and thank you for your comments.
Absolutely.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you all, to the mayor, and Mayor Pope and Commissioner, Manager rather, Kerry, and to all the commissioners. I want to thank you for this opportunity. I am Marshall Davis. I'm at the African Heritage Cultural Arts Center, serving as the manager. I applaud you for what you're getting ready to do in terms of developing a center. I think you have a wonderful team. I sense the passion that they have for developing facilities such as that's needed in your community. We have been very successful in our campaign. I've been at the center for the last 39 years. In that time, we've seen students go to Avondale, to Juilliard, to dance with Chuck Davis, dance to the Harlem. One of our former alumni, Robert Battle, was actually the artistic director of the Avondale Theater. And as Ms. Walker mentioned, Terrell McCraney, MacArthur Genius Award winner, he was from that community, an area that we call Liberty City, and it's especially known as the Poker Beach. Where we serve is considered the third largest impoverished area in a major city. And some wonderful things has happened for people like Renelle, Sharif Clayton, who's the Grammy-nominated jazz trumpeter. I took my own kids there. Marshall Davis Jr. was on Broadway dancing with Cigar Blues all over the world. There's so many students, Bianca Bruton, who danced with Beyonce. We have a very good program, a very well-designed program, and I'll be happy in any way that we can help you and assist you in what you're going to do. And I know if you do what you say that you plan to do, it's going to be done well. These students in our school, at our facility rather, increase their academic ability, reading, writing, math. As you know, when you educate a child in the arts, you're educating both sides of the brain, and just not one. So I appreciate this opportunity to be with you. If you have any questions that you'd like to ask me, I'll be happy to answer those questions. And I'm thank you for inviting me for kind comments. We were one of the groups on the list that was part of the study, and I appreciate the comments that was made there as well.
Mr. Davis, thank you so much for joining us today and for sharing us at least a brief glimpse of the African Heritage Cultural Arts Center. I would invite my colleagues, if in your leisure time you would, to go to their website and just take a look. It's really an extraordinary program that does outstanding work. And I feel blessed to have been a part of that work. And so I want to roll this forward. We don't have a cultural arts center, and I believe we should. I have an ask that I'm going to throw out there, and I'm going to see what my colleagues say to me. The one thing that I believe exists amongst us all is the desire to make sure that our communities evolve in a way that is safe for everyone. We know the issue of gun violence is only getting worse. And I was very specific in choosing the arts or cultural arts center as a way to address it because I've seen how it works in that. I also know the data that parenthetically the chief provided me that supports that. This is evidence-based. We have the opportunity to come in and address this issue in a way that our community has asked us to address this. This is not anything that I or Dr. Craig or Dr. Simon dreamed up on our own. This is in a direct response to what many of our youth have asked us for. And so I'm hoping today that we will consider this. I do have a motion. I do also want to say that as a part of our conversations, Dr. Simon, we did not mention this. We have discussed what moving forward in something like this would look like, and it would entail an MOU with the Alachua County School Board, and quite likely Spark. Now, you remember Spark. They're no strangers to us. One of the reasons that it made sense to me to bring them into this is, number one, this is the work that they do, but also they've been having quite the time getting started doing their work. We know that they were supposed to go into fire station number 1. Fire station number 1 is not ready, but Duval is. And we have a ready and willing superintendent who is preparing her board and everyone else that needs to be prepared in order for us to go into that space and provide these services to that community. We have not heard today from Dr. Brody, but Dr. Brody is a part of this effort to bring workforce development as well. So this is a multi-pronged approach at growing community, empowering community, and making it a better place. I think I'd like to open it up for discussion here and let you, my colleagues, ask me and the team any of the questions that you have, and then I'd like to make my ask and go from there.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner. I appreciate you bringing everyone together and sharing your vision with us. Any questions or any thoughts from any members of the commission? Good.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's hard to have a discussion without knowing what your ask is.
$3 million.
Okay, I guess what would, I guess is that the city is operating and the $3 million for operations, or is that for physical?
Operations, any type of physical improvements. And let me say this too, Commissioner. We have been having these conversations in a very intentional way, but also with the knowledge that a working group consisting of city staff would be very, very helpful. So that's a part of the ask. But in terms of the financial piece, $3 million. And that deals with any type of fiscal capital needs for the building itself. We're looking at this from a long-range perspective. We're looking at the fact that we have a number of other individuals who've expressed an interest to join us in this effort and provide resources. Some of those organizations are the chamber. I had a conversation with Eric several weeks ago, and he would like for us to make a presentation so that they can work with us on ways that we can find funding for this. I can envision a public-private partnership, essentially, that will help us to sustain something like this. But we also have at the table CLEAR, which is the Council on Library and Information Resources, who provides grant-making opportunities. And so one of the individuals that works very closely with them has expressed an interest in working with us to help make this a reality and to help sustain it over time. But that $3 million is designed to do the capital outlay piece, and to really, it's a set aside amount of money so that staff and our partners can assess this entire thing and say, this is what you need. We've done a site visit. You need to outfit and equip this space in this way to accommodate the programming. And so that's what we're envisioning right now in terms of that financial piece. But also, like I said, this is something that I'm going to need help with. I'm not going to pretend to have this all laid out. You know, what we realize is we have to start somewhere. And it's going to take some dollars to do that. We decided that the gun violence issue was a very pervasive issue and is the issue of the moment. particularly in East Gainesville. And this was the way that we wanted to go about addressing it. So that's that.
Okay, I think RV and then Raina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner, for putting this together. And thanks everybody who had an opportunity to weigh in on it. Thank you, Dr. Simon. I think we were all enthusiastic about the Spark 352 presentation a year or more ago. I still think it's a great idea. It's just a question of where it gets put. I think everybody is in support of it conceptually. I know I am. I can't speak for everybody else, but I don't think we're going to not like the idea. A thing that this brings up is we need to have a different plan, a different opportunity for the fire station, since that didn't go anywhere with Spark 352.
May I say something to that end? And I'm
Sure.
sorry, I don't want to speak for Dr. Craig, but I'm sure that he and his team are still there and they can certainly speak to this better than I can. It had been my understanding, Commissioner Ward, that Spark 352 would still like to operate out of that space. They have this kind of satellite idea where they want Spark 352 to operate in a number of different communities and locations. But because that space is not ready and it's still very much up in the air about whether it will be, this was the logical thing to do.
Okay.
To give them an opportunity to do their work and also to service the need.
So I think them being directly at Duval makes plenty of sense, assuming, I mean, that building, that group of buildings exists in a usable way that fire station, the old fire station 1 does not present. We know that we have costs of $2.5 million to $4.5 million to retrofit fire station 1 for that use. So it makes more sense to me to use something approaching those same dollars otherwise for a building that, or for a group of buildings that is already functional. And to make other plans for Fire Station 1. I will say though that when the conversation was to put a similar program in Fire Station 1, the capital needs were going to be the responsibility of the city of Gainesville, and that was the only way that was going to work. And now we're talking about doing a similar program, which I support and I like, in a physical space that we don't own, that the school board owns, and we're still talking about making the capital improvements. So if the argument was that that the city of Gainesville as an organization had to pay to retrofit a building for a program to go into, and now we're talking about that, a similar sort of program to go into a physical space that the school board owns, I'm for spending money on it, but I'm not necessarily for spending capital dollars with that same argument for a building we don't own, or a set of buildings we don't own. And I'm not saying we should buy that building either. Don't go down that path. I want us to spend a substantial amount of money for an arts center. I think something like the Spark 352 idea is a great way to go. I think Spark 352 offers that partnership with the University of Florida, with the College of the Arts, to do the Spark, the regular administration of programming, and that makes all the sense in the world because we don't have that infrastructure as a city government. But if it was going to be our responsibility to retrofit the building we owned, then by that same logic, the school board is going to need to front, or somebody else is going to need to front the money to retrofit a building we don't own.
Can I ask Commissioner, Dr. Simon, could you step up a little bit and give us a little insight, if you have any at this time, as to what the school board may be willing to do, what type of contribution you may be willing to make in this regard?
So, I mean, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we, as far as facility needs on the building at the moment, I mean, it's an older building, but at the moment right now, we have, you know, the HVAC system functions, we have door locks, things that I think right now in the short term as we're trying to develop this and we have multiple people on it, or really a lot of it is actually, you know, who's on campus, making sure that people who are on the campus should be on the campus. I know we've had a lot of discussions about our locking system because right now our locks are keyed entry. And so because of how it's being keyed entry, some doors stay open when they shouldn't be open, and that kind of runs into it. So we have talked about actually retrofitting to where we can do like the fob lock system. That's probably, in my mind, one of the things that would need to be done quite quickly. I think there's ways that we can look at what this cost would be and how this works. But actually, I'm more concerned about just making sure that the facility is safe. And I think we do have capital things to discuss in the future, especially this private partnership that I think we could have in a long term. What does that look like? I mean, there's a lot of land. The other thing that we also have, just to keep this in mind, and I'm sorry I didn't mention it earlier, but you know, when you continue to drive down 8th Avenue, you're going to terminate onto 200 acres of school district property, which is the backyard of Lofton. We have Grow Hub, we have the former Horizon Center, and the Get. And that's where also we're collaborating with Santa Fe. They're right now doing an adult ed training program. I see a huge opportunity with that type of looking at this center as another zone that really can kind of turn that community as far as a place where people want to go. And then when you throw where it is with Citizens Field. So as far as facility needs, I mean, if it got into a situation where we need to get back into the cafeteria, we have work, but I think a lot of those things are how do we discuss it and how the board wants to look at this property. And we have talked about, you know, is this a co-op type of an experience? Is this a, you know, does the district part ways with this property? I think we have a lot of things to discuss. I would say I think the school district sees we want to be a part of this because especially the after-school options, we see this as a great way for us to build those bridges and relationships that we know are so important for us to have successful students. So I think the capital would probably be something we can talk about what that looks like. I mean, my biggest fear is an HVAC system goes down, but my biggest fear is an HVAC system goes down on any one of my properties. So, but the security, making sure we have the right amount of lighting, I'd say for what we're talking about to just get the ball rolling, it's in pretty great shape for that.
Great. So if I, I'll kind of conclude here. I don't think that the overall expenditure is out of the ballpark. I mean, I think my first ARPA list included $2.5 million for Fire Station 1 for the same concept. So I'm supportive conceptually, but there's a whole lot of detail we need to fill in. It almost sounds like it's the sort of thing where rather than, it almost sounds like that there should be some sort of intergovernmental agency created to work on it, rather than it being, they're trying to figure out which piece of it is the county or the school boards and which piece of it is the cities. And yeah, I want to bring the county in too.
And just so you know, several county commissioners have expressed interest in this. The chair and I have spoken a number of times about it, and she's highly supportive of this. So a number of county commissioners, thank you for reminding me to say that.
And Santa Fe is on board, and clearly UF is potentially on board as Spark 352. It's an ideal Friendship 7 sort of project. Again, conceptually, I think it's a terrific idea. I don't think the dollars conceptually are out of line. It's just a question of what does that all mean. So, yeah, I'm generally supportive, but we need a whole lot more detail. We need to figure out how to task, I think, staff to bring back that detail. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Saka.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Commissioner.
Sorry, Commissioner, I just want to remind everybody in the room, it is our city policy to have all city employees wear masks while indoors. Members of the community cannot be forced to. It is their choice, but it is for all our city employees. If you please will keep your mask on. Commissioner Saka.
Okay, thank you. Not just for the work you've done, it's a lot of legwork that you've had, but now I have a new place to visit when I go home. I think I'm kind of in the same place as Commissioner Ward where, and I'm glad that we put up the research process back up, and that you asked for that working group, because I think that would be the most logical next step, is that working group. I don't know how much a ream of paper costs in this building. Someone in this office does. So I think if we start talking about what the condition of the space is, Dr. Simon says it's fine. I'm going to trust her on that, but I'm not an engineer.
I heard her say the HVAC and everything worked great. We didn't need to worry about it.
Better stay that way forever. But no, I agree that it is a bigger partnership and working group that needs to go out and sit, and that we kind of delegate that power to them to figure it out, run numbers with the appropriate staff. If I look at something and I'm like, yeah, that's fine, and somebody else is like, no, that's a liability, stop saying it's okay. So I do want to see this idea go forward, very much so. And I think having it at Duval makes much more sense than at Old Station 1. It is closer to the community and not so much downtown, where I envision more for adults, as opposed to closer to families. And I know it's Duval is surrounded by Cedar Grove 1 and 2, so it has families. It is closer to the community and not so much the bar scene. So I think it makes it a much better space over there. I am equally concerned about figuring out if we make improvements, how much does that fall on? It's like whose lane will be what? And I think that's what the working group would really help with, figuring out if we improve the school board's property. It's like me saying to my neighbor, here's a bunch of money, go fix your HVAC. There is a benefit to us ultimately in that our youth can participate in this program, but I think it's people who are not us figuring out the finances of those roles and how that gets divided up. Has there been conversation about, and this is again in the weeds, but I think one of my ideals is I don't know if we'd want to operate this all day. Is this like a 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. situation, or in those peak hours that GPD and even you said like these are the peak hours where we do need attention for our youth?
Absolutely.
Or are we envisioning something 1 to 21?
Thank you for asking that question, Commissioner. Excuse me. Sorry. In really taking kind of like this comprehensive view of all of the myriad possibilities of programming, I think that too is something that our working group, when they bring in the experts, the specialty folks in arts and culture and all that kind of stuff, that they can bring back to us. I would not want to limit us in saying that, because I do know, once again, there have been proven models of programs that, let's say, took place after midnight, because those kept the kids, in a space where they could be easily supervised, but it's an evening lock-in of theater or whatever it is. You see what I'm saying?
Like a night at the museum thing.
That's it. So I really would love to hear what staff might come up with in terms of helping us to arrive at those hours that kind of fit the context of what we're trying to do.
I love this. I would love to see it go forward for that working group and that further, the mechanics and logistics portion. I was going to say something. What was it? My one concern would be, again, if we give capital improvements, the sustainability of the program long term. Does Spark 352 provide the teaching and the personnel? So all the operating costs thereafter. I'd like to think that we would always have GCRA money and we could use a portion of that in perpetuity. But we don't know.
Right.
it comes down to how do we keep it, sustain it long-term? And I think that would be my most vital question out of any working group that comes up.
Absolutely. I'd like to offer to your point, there, Commissioner. So we know that relatively recently, the county came to us telling us that they were getting ready to move forward on a ballot measure for the Wild Spaces Public Places piece. And in that new iteration of that is the opportunity to fund cultural arts spaces. So I know that it's something that, is not yet solid, but if that is in fact something that our neighbors tell us that they want, that is a way that this could be funded.
I forgot about that. Thank you. I am excited. Thank you.
So much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that this was given its due time and prime time. It is very much an idea that I'm interested in. When I got on the commission, one of the first initiatives that I was working on was for an art center located in somewhere in East Gainesville. And if it wasn't for the pandemic, we would be on that track still with some of our partners. So I think this is a fantastic idea. I don't know what the final price tag will be, but to me, the cost of doing nothing is a lot higher, in my view. We are talking about putting investment into an area of our city with partnerships that are usually generally pretty good about focusing on issues in our city, and when we get lots of those institutions together, usually good things happen. So I'm happy about that. What I would like to do is help the commission accomplish this goal, and I think one of the best ways for us to do that is for us to give the policy direction and then allow for the staffs in both the university, school board, and the city to begin to piece together what the final cost looks like and what the estimates would be for getting this thing rolling. I think that if we as the commission give direction that doesn't allow them to take that charge and sort of work on it with a lot of freedom, I think we run the risk of putting a box on an idea that really is outside the box. So what I would like for us to do is I would like for us to ask that staff bring back that dedicated funding source that you're looking for. And I think it should be something that we know is going to be there, like money that we already have. And secondly, I think we should ask for a working group to be formed, at least by the designation of our management, and begin to make those conversations happen at the staff level. Because I'd like for this, when this comes before the commission, I'd like for our professional staffs to have had these conversations, not so much on the dais. I love hearing people talk in the dais, but these public meetings are for policy direction, not for administrative formation. And so I would like our direction to be that we ask for our staff to engage with the school board and the university, and that we also invite them to ask their boards to identify funding sources, because usually the best partnerships is when everyone's got skin in the game. And so that's going to be hugely important for this project going forward as well. But I'm happy to support your motion and help this go through.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Dr. Craig, I know you have your hand up. I'll get to you. I apologize for the delay, but I'll get to you as quickly as I can. Yeah, there's still to be a lot of questions need answered. I'm always going to support any increased focus on the arts. As many of you know, both of my parents spent their career in music education, mostly at the elementary and middle school level. There is sound science out there on the reduction in violence combined with people's ability to play an instrument. I'll pull that up for you. There's a neuroscientist from Northwestern that teamed with a sociologist from UCLA that did a longitudinal study that definitively proved the positive outcomes of specifically learning an instrument in violence reduction. You know, what I don't know is how is this best organized and administered. I don't know if the city should be the lead. I don't know if we should just provide programmatic support. Maybe we play a transportation function. Does this only, is this only accessible to city residents or countywide? Is this, I think Commissioner Sacco brought up, is this something that could be expanded to our elderly population, during the day? There's so many questions that need to be answered. I want to throw this back to the city manager and allow her and her staff to work with the other administrative officials and the private sector folks, the 501c3s that would be involved, and really craft a proposal that asks all those tough questions, puts numbers with what it would cost, who's going to be responsible for staffing what, and just what does that look like. And then when that's ready, bring it back to us, and then we can start making sort of budgetary decisions and figure out what our role exactly is. So yeah, I'm highly supportive of the sort of concept, and then now I think we're at the point. That's why I asked the clerk to bring this back up to say, staff, we all generally support this idea. Let's go, put some flesh on that bone and bring it back to us so we can really, make the decisions that will allow this to be fully realized and, as you know, sustainable. We got to make sure that whatever we do is going to be here a generation from now and excelling, just like the center down in Liberty City. So if you want to put a motion on the floor, I think you've heard what the commission is. What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. You did raise your hand. I apologize. Go ahead.
And thank you very much. I mean, as you remember, our first conversation we had was to talk about our background in the arts, and I strongly support funding the arts and in a wide variety of ways. I think your passion is not just one thing. There's lots of different things that fall into the arts. I'm supportive of. I think it's great that you have the partnership that you've put together, and I think for me, it's the next steps is how does that partnership look? Who is responsible for what? Before I kind of say, oh yes, fund whatever this is, I think what is the actual cost? Who would be responsible for what? So that it can be a sustainable program moving forward. So I'm definitely supportive of those next steps. On downtown, it does have families there, and I think downtowns are for families. I don't think we should exclude them, and I think that kind of ties to the old fire station one project. I'm glad to hear that the Spark 352 is still interested, because I don't think that's something we should give up on. I think we can reimagine it. I think we should probably put that on a GPC, but coming at $4 million or whatever it was to do it is probably, I think, too much to remodel it. You can build a brand new building for that. So I think that's something that we should consider is maybe looking at like having the center on the first floor and then building housing on top. We have housing needs, and that's with the value of the property and kind of what we had there and a partnership, you can build a decent building for that there too. So I think there's opportunities for us to do multiple things. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Commissioner, you want to put a motion on the floor, and then Dr. Craig, I'll get right back to you.
I would love to put a motion on the floor. I would appreciate a little bit of clarity here, though. So initially, I had thrown out the idea of the money. Is the commission of the appetite for me to still put that portion in that? Or are we
I
throwing
think
this
it's premature to do that,
Okay.
because that number might be too low.
Okay.
It might be too, so I think the appropriate way forward is to throw this back to the city manager, to have her and her group work with this coalition to flesh out this concept in more detail. And then when they're ready, when you reach the next decision point, when you can't get it any further, Dr. Simon's going to have to go to her board, county's going to have to go to their board, that all of these nonprofits have boards they've got to get approval through. So once we're to that point, we can bring it back, and I think there will be some numbers that are more clear at that point. So I think just, if you look at the policy research process, just, forwarding this to the next phase, we'll get it to that point.
Okay.
All right, so motion, is there a second?
Second.
4 seconds, we'll call it. Or you can pick which one you want. Yes.
Yeah, just real quick, I think as part of this too, we have the Clarence Art Kelly Center, which should be opening in a few months, I think, and see how does that tie in with it as well.
Thank you.
So.
Thank you for asking that. So you, Commissioner Hayes Santos, could have opened up a can with that, because as I take a look at District 1 in particular with that street, I have a much larger vision. and I'm envisioning something larger. I didn't want to take you into the weeds of my big dream, but what could happen at Duval is just a small part of what I'm envisioning as really being a district effort. So we want to bring advancement to that entire area, but this is, for me, in my mind, a first step towards that. What's getting ready to happen at the Clarence R. Kelly Center is going to be amazing, and it's going to be completely different from what will happen at this facility. Entirely different. We have so many resources along that 8th Avenue corridor that we could really do some outstanding and amazing work and make outstanding impact, from the MLK Center to the Clarence R. Kelly Center to that Duval space. And Dr. Simon has, we've talked about a few other things. So that area could really be bursting with opportunity and accessibility to our neighbors, and I'm excited about that. But thank you for bringing that up. Please know that I am thinking in that regard.
All right, thank you. Dr. Craig?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Poe. I just wanted to specifically speak back to some of the conversations and to definitely put all of our community neighbors, specifically the downtown district, that we at Spark continue to maintain being committed to having that space come to life. As Commissioner Duncan Walker mentioned earlier, from the beginning in our concept, we have always talked about Spark being an anchor site with satellites across our community and even reaching into the county. And so when we're talking about partnering and having the school board, the city, the university, Santa Fe, all at the table in a conversation around activating Duval, that does not turn our eyes away from the fire station. And it is our hope that I think that we are on a schedule to have a longer conversation about that in February to continue that conversation. And so I am thankful and happy to hear about moving this process forward, bringing everybody together. I know for our organization and specifically for our community working group in and around the fire station in Pleasant Street, in the Portis community, that we want to let them know that we continue to be focused on bringing this vision together in the downtown corridor and believe that it can be part of the change that we're looking for Duval, for the downtown corridor, for our entire community. So I just wanted to drop that note in that we continue to look to bringing programming also to the downtown corridor. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, not to put too much of an exclamation point on that, but if we want our downtown to be known for more than just bars, we have to have more than just bars for people to participate in down there. So yeah, it's a goal. It's a process and a goal. Okay, Adam, any members of the public lined up to speak to this item?
Yes, sir. We do have several speakers lined up at this time. The first of which is Danielle Chances. I apologize if I've mispronounced your name. Danielle, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. That was pretty close. It's Danielle Chances. I'm actually trying to get to City Hall now. I have some errands to run, but I want to say that I'm pretty pleased with the way this conversation has gone. I know that Commissioner Duncan Walker put a lot of effort into, bringing this proposal to you all, and as the conversation went earlier, ultimately we are just looking for more solutions and to address the violence that's in our community. And I think what has been repeatedly said is that we need more things for our community members to do. We need to give them options. We need to expose them to different things. And I think the idea of having this cultural arts center, having it in the Duval area, having it anchored in partnership, I think it's always a really great idea, and I would like to see it funded and supported, because I think this is how the city puts their money for their outlet when it comes to addressing the issues of violence in our community. And so I just want to see this project continue to be supported, and so hopefully we can see it come to fruition, how having a center like this in our community is actually decreasing the violence in our community, and how when we invest in our community, that is the best way that we can prevent violent crime in our community. So thank you, and please fund and support this project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Our next speaker is Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Adam. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I want to thank Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker for bringing the important proposal forward. Generally speaking, I think that there's been some good discussion. I think there's a tremendous opportunity for community partners to step up and engage on this and help provide the city can't bear alone. I know that there was discussion about the old fire station 1, and there was a missed opportunity there, I think, for U.S. to step up and help do the renovations and or assist in projecting what the build-out cost would be. But again, we didn't see the participation we had hoped to expect from that, notwithstanding Commissioner Ward writing op-eds about the great partnership that the city enjoys with U.S. I think there's far more that U.S. could be doing for our communities. They take a lot, and they should be willing to give and support things that help address youth violence and redirect youth with better opportunities and notwithstanding arts and the other things being mentioned. But there should be also eagerness. I think Santa Fe is already doing this with free tuition, but there ought to be a pipeline not only to academics but to the trades. And I think again, Santa Fe I think is already doing that. But trying to demonstrate at a younger age that you don't have to go to college to make a really good salary and be successful in life. There's other opportunities you can do. So I think being part of a holistic solution for there's many elements of that, but it requires a community commitment, and I don't really see any community partners really stepping up in the manner in which a lot of people in Gainesville, including myself, think they should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Our next speaker, Debbie Martinez. Debbie, you got 3 minutes.
Thank you for taking my call. Mr. Scott just stole part of my thunder, but I thank you all for the great discussion about helping our youth, and I support the motion. In regarding the need for jobs for our team that Commissioner Duncan Walker raised at the very beginning of this discussion, has this commission ever had a discussion with the school board about bringing back vocational education into the high school? Because not every high school student has a desire to go to college, but many want to learn skills like cosmetology, mechanics, plumbing, carpentry, etc. And this gives them, our team, the ability to learn skills and spend part of their high school time working at with the local companies, making money and preparing for careers when they graduate. I live behind behind Gainesville High School, and I have been seeing a larger number, it's just a growing problem of more and more teens early in the morning after school starts walking away from the school, many gathering in small groups in and around the surrounding neighborhoods smoking, not just teens of color, all a diverse group of teenagers. And I believe if the high school would bring back vocational education, it would provide a much needed opportunity to help keep our teens in school. And I do understand Santa Fe has vocational education programs, but we need to introduce vocational education back into the high school for our teens before more and more of our students keep walking away from high school. They're our precious asset. We need to keep them there and provide something for all our teens, not just those looking to go to college. Thank you so much. I appreciate the discussion.
Thanks, Debbie. Next speaker, Armando Grundy Gomez. Armando, you have 3 minutes.
Mr. Mayor, first of all, I acknowledge it's good to see Patrick there, safe and sound and back with us. Welcome back, Patrick. Also, Mr. Mayor, to Commissioner Desmond Duncan Walker, I think OCB does great work, number one. Want to acknowledge that, right? Another important factor that I want to bring to the table, I heard one of your colleagues, Commissioner Duncan Walker, on the table said, I don't know who it was, I think it might have been the mayor, said, don't know if we want to be the lead. Here's the deal, Commissioner Duncan Walker. If you need to have more than one revenue stream, you have other partners. Also look at National Endowment of the Arts. There's lots of different funding sources. If you're going to look to the county, having different revenue streams, the more partners you have, more opportunities to where to go to and from. Don't let something stifle you. Granted, I think you already made the motion to let the chief administrator for the city handle that issue, but if this is going to be something you're leading, don't let it get dissuaded by who does what and who leads. You're already wanting to take the lead, be the lead and not the tail, if you're going to be driving the car. Here's the deal, whenever it comes to our side of the community, we tend to want to go small. This is not a time to go small. Knowing Dr. Simon as well as I do, she doesn't go small. Let's go big or go home. So when it comes to our community, we want to have a meaningful and lasting and transformative change, like I know that you do and you desire for the community, then let's go big. This is not a time for small. See, when it ever comes to our side of town, it's like, well, maybe. No, it's not well, maybe. Let's do this. Because you know yourself what the arts can do to transform young people's lives. You know that. That's been your field. That's been your line of work, Commissioner Dr. Walker. You know what the arts and what music can do to make changes in people's lives. Some people like photography. Let's be informative of what the arts can include. That can include also many things, whether it be including gaming. Young people like gaming. Let's think outside of the box. So I want to encourage you, Commissioner Dr. Walker, and I want to give you an applaud to some of your colleagues that were supportive of the idea. Kudos to you. Kudos to you. But don't be stifled by who does what. Be the lead. Lead now. Go forward. Good job.
Mr. Mayor, that was our last caller. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Anybody in the room here that wants to speak to this item or motion? For Dr. Simon? Yeah, you could.
I have to speak just because of one of the comments, and we probably have different audiences. Vocational tech programs, that terminology is not used any longer. It's career tech education. We do have career tech education in our schools. We have quite a few programs. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows it's out there. We don't have on-the-job training like we used to, especially way back when if you were in a 7-period day. That's something that we're very interested in, and I think the board is, so people can actually get the experiences in high school as well as go into the workforce in high school, get the credit as well as getting some form of an income. And with Mr. Gomez, the other aspect, just so you all know too, with Lofton, we have a lot of career tech programs there, including career tech programs that I think would fall into these discussions about arts. We have an excellent graphic design. We have a gaming program there. So there is some synergy as well with the two campuses. So thank you.
Thank you. And I just even add to your comments, Dr. Simon, that you're a little bit handcuffed by the state and what you can and can't teach and how you go about it. It's not as if you just have a tabula rasa to design an educational program from, cradle to K-12, and, by the approval of the board, you go to it. You have some, pretty sturdy guardrails there that kind of point you in a direction. And I think that you all do a phenomenal job being as creative and flexible as possible within those state requirements. So it's tough. It's tough to figure that out. Anybody else in the room? Okay, back to the commission then. Motion is to move this proposal to the next phase in our process. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Dr. Walker, thank you so much for all your work on this, and we'll keep it going. Okay, up next, I know you've been here with us all day, but we're excited to hear from the folks at UF and Spark to get an update and especially hear about this National League of Cities One Nation, One Project grant. And so I think probably Dr. Craig, are you the best person to turn it over to?
I'm actually going to pass it to Andrew. He's going to set up and then pass to Dr. Champion, and I'll come back in at the end.
Great, thank you, Dr. Craig. And Dr. Tellis, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pogue, commissioners. Thank you again for having us here. And we apologize that we don't have somebody there in person. That was the original plan, but not everybody was feeling 100%. So we decided to err on the side of caution.
We greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
And so I think this has been a great discussion. I'm Andrew Tejas, Director of Collaborative Initiatives at UF, and in that role, one of the key parts of my position is to help be creative and innovative in how we develop and enhance our partnership and collaboration with the city of Gainesville, and to make that the most positive and impactful that it can be for our local residents. And I think the discussion here that we've had up until today on a variety of the agenda points has touched on various ways that the university and the city and the school board and other key stakeholders in our community can collaborate. And I think we tend to confuse or kind of mix up how those various forms of collaboration can move forward. So I'm hoping that in this short introduction, you'll soon be hearing a presentation that will go into very specific potential collaboration around the National League of Cities One Nation One Project, RFP. So I will just be brief in my comments here, and then I'll turn it over to my colleague, Dion Champion. Because the One Nation One Project, RFP, represents an opportunity to leverage some of the key resources in our community and begin to test out what we're talking about today in terms of putting into action new forms of collaboration across many stakeholders that we haven't been able to pull off in a successful way to really address and solve some of the key issues in our community. And so I want to emphasize first and foremost that we're not here to present a University of Florida proposal, right? But rather we're here to present an opportunity for the city to pursue an RFP that would both leverage the city's ARPA funds as well as do what we've talked about today, and that is to establish a collaboration and a multi-pronged effort around the use of arts to support wellness, and specifically to address one of the city's most pressing issues, as was very well outlined in the presentation by GPD, and that is to address intervention and prevention of violence, particularly for our youth. And so while we have come before the Commission previously to discuss SPARK 352, and specifically in that instance, the idea of establishing a physical site that would house arts, wellness, and empowerment hub at the fire station, in that instance, University of Florida would be the coordinating and managing organization. But what you'll hear today instead is an opportunity for the city to take the lead around a specific project with the university and other community stakeholders, then supporting and being active in that effort and supporting the city in moving forward. So in other words, what we've been talking about today, this proposal is an opportunity to take an initial step, or would be a prelude to the types of activities that SPARK 352 has talked about. But because of the discussion and decisions around the fire station being uncertain, this represents an opportunity for us to pilot new forms of partnership, and in this instance for university to be the supporting actor to the city's lead in pursuing a potential National League of Cities One Nation, One Project RFP. And with that, I'll turn it over to Dion, and of course, Oshabi and myself and Dion will be able to answer questions once Dion's had a chance to present what that proposals would entail.
Great, thank you, and welcome, Dr. Champion. We're glad you're with us still.
Thank you. I'm going to take a minute and share my screen so that you all can see the proposal. So as was said, I'm just going to reiterate the things that Andrew mentioned in the conversation that we've been having. I'm Dr. Dion Champion, and I'm here representing SPARK 352, our leadership team, and our community working group. And we're here to share with you an opportunity for the city to pursue an RFP that would establish a collaboration around the use of the arts to support wellness, and specifically around an intervention for the prevention of gun violence for youth. We became aware of this opportunity from the National League of Cities and thought it would be great for Gainesville. So as Andrew mentioned, this is not a UF proposal. We're not asking for support for a UF project. The One Nation, One City project initiative presents an opportunity for the city of Gainesville to make use of a small portion of their ARPA funds to accomplish some good in line with an issue that they've already identified as a priority. And so the proposals would have to come from the city. The project would be supported by UF as a partner in the community, and it represents an opportunity to pilot the kind of community-engaged project work that we set forth in our SPARK proposal. We've envisioned and talked about the SPARK initiative as being a three-pronged approach to engaging Gainesville community residents in the past. The first part being a physical space. The second being offering programming and services to communities in Gainesville. And the third being working to support community residents in developing the projects, programs, and initiatives that they want to see so that they can bring positive change to their own communities. And we feel that this opportunity falls under that third strand. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about the opportunity specifically, this One Nation, One Project initiative, and then I'll talk a little bit about how it relates to the Spark 352 initiative more broadly. So One Nation, One Project seeks to bring together artists, cities, and community health centers to pilot a national arts and wellness project in communities across America as a response to issues that were created by the COVID-19 pandemic. Cities from all over the country will apply to be a part of the first One Nation, One Project cohort, and each city will receive support for the creation and production of a large-scale arts project. So this could be a performance, some kind of installation, festival, or any other kind of event that features performing literary, visual, or digital arts. And it needs to involve broad public participation from the ideation phase to the implementation phase. And the projects would be realized in collaboration between the municipality, community residents, local organizations, and community health centers. The City of Gainesville, as has been said, would be the primary applicant for a proposal that would be due on February 4th. Collaboration between the municipality, community health centers, artists and arts and other organizations is an important part of the process. We would be creating a proposal to develop an intervention for the prevention of guns and really the underlying factors, mental and emotional health factors that lead to gun violence for youth in the City of Gainesville. And we would be leveraging the resources of UF, that includes Spark 352, Partners for Reimagining Gainesville, in order to make this happen. The initiative is being sponsored by the National League of Cities, which is seeking to bring attention to the social, economic, and health tolls of the pandemic, which have resulted in empty city streets, communities struggling with physical and mental health challenges, and profound economic disruption. The pandemic has left our Gainesville citizens with limited outlets for expression and few opportunities to experience relief from isolation or positive connections with the community. This lack of connection has been felt deeply across our city, but especially in our most distressed communities, which have also been disproportionately impacted by COVID. This initiative, Improving Community Health and Resilience of the Arts, seeks to leverage the power of the arts to support city leaders' efforts to improve health, cohesion, and resilience in our communities. Commissioner Duncan Walker has identified violence as an important issue that needs to be addressed in the City of Gainesville, as have many other community residents and the Gainesville Police Department. We were excited when we came across this opportunity because we thought it could provide a potential structure for the kind of arts-based initiative that Commissioner Duncan Walker has been calling for related to gun violence. The idea is that we bring arts, health, and the public sectors together to mitigate some of the negative effects of the pandemic and foster recovery in a holistic way. The health, social, and economic impacts of the arts have been well documented, and some of those have been talked about today. Arts participation has been associated with better mental health, lower risk of depression, reduced loneliness, and reduced participating adverse health behaviors. Participation in arts-rich communities leads to increases in civic participation and solving local challenges, more unified and communities, job creation, higher high school and college graduation rates and lower dropout rates, and reduced crime levels. The premise of this One Nation, One Project initiative is that arts have the power to change lives, sing belong to everyone, and health is a fundamental human right. So they're looking to help cities to build an ecology of change through cross-sector partnerships. 18 cities will be a part of this initial cohort for the One Nation, One Project initiative. The RFP has already been posted, and as I said before, the initial proposals are due on February 4th of 2022. So interested cities would need to submit a proposal as their collaborative project idea. And each of the cities in the cohort would be supported to use their local resources to organize and carry out their own specific arts project that's inspired by the prompt, "There's no place like home." And what we would be doing would be planning this large-scale arts project. And then in July of 2024, all 18 cities would share their stories on the same day at the same time. The hope is that these projects would help to redefine our city, build community, and increase well-being for all. The city would need to contribute 2% of the American Rescue Plan Act funds to make the project happen. And then receive $20,000 worth of planning funds from One Nation One to support the citywide collaborative initiative. So essentially, by investing some of the ARPA funds with $20,000 to work with to make the project happen. There's an opportunity to put Gainesville on a national stage, on the map, as one of the cities at the forefront of the conversations in arts and health, social prescribing, and community engagement, to leverage the arts and health expertise that already exists in Gainesville, and to launch community-led initiatives that would utilize the arts to improve well-being and community conditions, specifically in the distressed neighborhoods that have been impacted inequitably by COVID. Each site would also receive support from the national project partners in the form of artistic guidance, helping to identify local artists, connecting us with national artists. We would receive technical support, production support, documentation, and research support. So the work that we do would become part of the research on arts and health, on arts and gun violence, which, as was talked about today, is limited in research that's available at this point. We would also receive peer-to-peer and hands-on support and assistance, initial support and initial planning effort. Our projects would be featured in national media. These are some of the national partners who are supporting the initiative, and the list includes the National Health Resources and Services Administration, Bad Robot, which is the production company that produced Star Trek and Mission Impossible, Adventureland, the production company that produced Hamilton and Rent and In the Heights, and the National League of Cities, which is the leading municipal partner dedicated to helping city leaders build better communities. This opportunity would provide national recognition and media coverage for Gainesville. It would get community members involved in arts initiatives that improve mental health and well-being to mitigate the impacts of the pandemic. It would leverage the power of the arts to support your efforts to improve the health, cohesion, and resilience of your citizens. It would provide a productive outlet for Gainesville youth with a specific focus on youth from disenfranchised communities. It would involve community and specifically youth in productive activities that would redirect negative behaviors. It would leverage the tremendous expertise that exists in the city around this topic. It's a natural place for you. So we're asking that you consider the use of 2% of the ARPA funds toward this project, which will focus on, again, mitigating the underlying impacts that lead to gun violence through the powerful medium of the arts. This is an opportunity for the city to take the lead around the specific project, and the university is willing to support in an effort as helping to coordinate, manage, and be the guiding organization. To be clear, this project is not Spark 352, but I will talk briefly about how it connects to Spark and the work that we're trying to do in Gainesville out of the firehouse. So as I said earlier, we've envisioned Spark 352 as a three-pronged approach to engaging Gainesville community residents in the arts. There's the physical space, which we still see as the firehouse. There's programming and services that we're starting to develop right now in the Porter's community through funding that we received from the Mellon Foundation, and also potentially with this One Nation, One Project initiative could develop in the Duval community in East Gainesville. And then there's support for program and project development in communities. So this is Spark playing the role as a catalyst for city initiatives, for community development, for community initiatives, and sustainability of programming. We're very much still committed to the firehouse as our long-term physical space and excited about the benefits to the surrounding neighborhoods in that area, including the downtown area and the Porter's community. But as we negotiate plans to prepare to move into the firehouse as a physical space, we've begun to focus heavily on the other two phases of the Spark project. Programming, which again, I said is going to be taking place in communities surrounding the firehouse and potentially in Duval. And this idea of collaborating with communities to support their own program and project development. This is where we see the connection to the One Nation, One Project initiative. For this initiative, Spark would be bringing structure and support in terms of resources for proposal development, planning, and implementation, so the community realize their vision for what they want to accomplish in conjunction with the city, who would provide the monetary resources and has already provided kind of the project focus on mitigating gun violence. So, as we see it, the city of Gainesville would be the primary applicant, identifying the project focus and contributing 2% of the ARPA funds. Spark would be one partner theme. We see these partners playing the role of organizing and operationalizing the project activities, supporting programming development, and contributing to space allocations. So for example, Spark 352 would work to support coordination and contribution of expertise to the planning phase. Spark 352 would also facilitate arts programming and support evidence-based practice, which is part of the mission of what we're trying to do as Spark 352. The Office of Collaborative Initiatives, the Partnership for Reimagining Gainesville would be able and ready to bring together and coordinate participation and collaboration with other related community-based initiatives. For example, Motivate You of North Central Florida, or SOAR Mentoring, North Central Florida YMCA. These are organizations that are already working with and through the Partnership for Reimagining Gainesville that could easily be brought into this conversation, as they are organizations that are developing initiatives on redirecting youth behaviors. And Spark would work with these and other organizations to contribute, to work in the planning phase. There's opportunities. We've been in conversation potentially with Duval, with Superintendent Simon, about use of space for initiatives that would come out of this initiative in what will hopefully become the Duval Cultural Arts Center. And there's room for many other partners to join the efforts as well. So there could be opportunities for Santa Fe, for GPD, for all other organizations able to be a part of this collective conversation. The objective: build a team of partners that include city leadership, community health centers, local artists, and other organizations to develop this large-scale arts project. Through a 2-year process, we will work together as a city to develop this large-scale community arts project, a project that addresses the underlying root issues that lead to gun violence. Essentially, Spark would support the activation of programming and arts toward developing the project, with the objective of creating programming that would continue even after the 2-year project is done. So the larger vision is that this project would serve as a catalyst for long-term and comprehensive impact. The communities would be seeded with programming with support from Spark, with support from the Partnership for Reimagining Gainesville and from Alachua County Schools, and expanding to other organizations that would want to be in partnership as well over the course of these 2 years. And these programs would develop into community programs that are ongoing and would last long after this initiative is over and our presentation is debuted. We wanted to present this opportunity because we feel it's a good fit for the work that the city and the commission are interested in around pursuing opportunities for eliminating gun violence. We recognize that the turnaround time is short, just wanted to share it with you today, and we're prepared with the city staff to develop a proposal for submission. Thanks. And at this point, I'll open it up for questions, turn it over back to Oshiri.
Thank you so much, Dr. Champion. I just wanted to quickly say thank you to City Manager Curry for being willing to listen to us. At this point, the City of Gainesville has sent an initial letter of interest, which obligates us to do nothing. I also definitely want to thank Bobby Griffin for being our contact in getting us to this place. As Dion mentioned earlier, time is short with the February 4th deadline, and so we have brought this forward in hopes that it can be a potential container for some of the change that we're looking for. All of the conversations and conversations we've had today, I really look and see that this and violent crime in our community is a really complex issue, and it's going to require a complex and nuanced solution. And so it is our hope that this can be part of the beginning part of that solution for our community. Thank you all so much for your time, and we love questions.
Okay, thank you all for the presentation. Ms. Curry, anything you wanted to add really quickly? I think the real question is here is, does the commission want to apply for this grant, and in doing so, obligate 2% of our ARPA funds?
That's correct.
That would go to this, and so that's our decision point. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Andrew, and the rest of your team, OCB, and the rest of the team putting this together. This is really a unique opportunity. Opportunities like this do not come every day, let alone to Gainesville. So I would really like us to support. I think it's a rather munificent ask, 2%. And I think that at the end of the day, this is only going to, no pun intended, spark new work, new collaboratives, and new opportunities. So I would like for us to support it, and I'd like to make that motion.
Is there a second? Motion and a second to approve the recommendation. Go ahead. What's your name? Adrian. Thank you. My brain hurts.
It's your birthday.
No, it's my daughter's birthday today.
Sorry.
Good.
Is UF asking for a management fee as part of this? I know with certain grants, or how does this working in terms of the...
Andrew, you're shaking your head no? You just assessed us with it?
Yeah, we're not asking for any management fee or anything like that. The money would not go towards UF.
Okay. Just reading, it's about $650,000. I think it's a great idea. I do think looking at, I like hopefully whatever it comes to be, but I think looking at how can we create some art that lasts as well too, and is there, and looking at murals and streets and intersections, and really just that it lasts. So when you pass it every time, you're a reminder of kind of the community that came together to create it, and having the community working together on those spaces. So I think there's an interesting opportunity. I would say $20,000 is not a whole lot of money when it comes to, so we are having to spend a lot of staff resources. It's not being really covered by the.
Yeah, it doesn't have to work.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Harvey?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we are, I hate to keep going back to this, but we are going to have to figure out exactly how the fire station works. And we are in a bit of a time crunch, because as not only was we getting this bid together, but the longer the fire station sits there unused without us having a definite plan and a timetable for humans using it, it gets used by humans, and just not in ways that we want. So we should not be surprised that bad things happen at the fire station if we don't get it together and figure out what we want to happen there and figure out how to fund it. And this is not part of that motion, but it is related, and we need to have a process for that pretty quickly, because it just sitting there is an attractive nuisance right now. And the building, as we're learning in the power district, the building is not getting better unused. So, thank you. Just needed to put that out there.
Mr. Mayor, one of the things that Mr. Mann will do is that's one of the projects that he will work on.
Great, thank you.
Trying to create some options for, disposition.
Right, good. Okay, thank you. Brandon?
Thank you, Mr. So I love the idea. I love all art. My one concern is that turnaround time. We have to apply by the 4th. And I'm not sure, because we don't really have the application, I'm not sure if we have to have here's our full proposal, this is exactly what we'll do with the money, versus we are interested, give us the money. Or let us use our own money and give us the grant. So I'm not sure how detailed that application would be, and if it is one of those, here's our proposal with a plan of what we intend to do, I think it's only fair that we see it or the public see it before we submit that application. So I don't know what applying looks like.
Dr. Champion or Dr. Tellis, can you speak a little bit more to, because y'all are going to assist with that grant in preparation. Can you speak a little bit to that point?
I thought Oshby, your hand was up, but I can take it.
Whomever.
Yeah, I can say a couple of things, and then, Andrew and Osh, if you want to fill in, you definitely can. So a couple of points to make clear. The first is that the SPART team would be supporting with the development of the proposal. in conversation with the city, so it wouldn't, the work of putting the proposal together wouldn't fall completely on the city to do that. We recognize that it's a very short turnaround time. That said, I cannot make a promise, but there has been conversation about the deadline being extended. I will know more on that, not in this moment, but probably very soon. And then there could be a potential opportunity to be a part of the second cohort for this, although it would push the actual implementation of us being able to do anything on it down a little bit further than we would probably like before we could actually start. So there is some motivation for us getting it in quickly so that we can get to the work of actually doing the work quickly, but there might be some opportunities if we're interested in it. Time is just the issue that we can push it a little bit down the road.
And I think, Dr. Craig, I think the other part of the question was the what. What would this actually, like how fleshed out does that need to be?
Most definitely, and that's really, really what we're talking about here is our willingness to participate in the process. So, Commissioner Sacco, I hear you exactly. What are we going to spend the money on? That's for us to bring the community together and decide. This is not for us to say on January 13th that we have a plan that's 2 years into the mix. And one of the reasons that we didn't even come into the conversation with a plan, just a bunch of ideas and the willingness to go through a process was our community has to weigh in what the plan looks like. And so the expenditures of the ARPA funds are for a body, some version of city staff, community members, some smart folks in the mix to come up with this is what the plan is and how we spend the money. The application to the League of Cities is really about saying that we're going to be a part of this cohort, and more than anything else, it puts us in a national conversation around the solutions that everyone is dealing with, and that to me is what makes this opportunity exciting because it helps us to look at and be connected to other colleagues around the country, other colleagues in our state who are dealing with similar issues to bring some of those solutions here to Gainesville. So the expenditure, the spending power literally sits in the city because the city is not giving the money to anybody else. They're going to say, we are putting money to an initiative here, and that money will have to be spent with the normal process that the city would spend any of their dollars. So it's really a commitment to say that we're going to participate, and that process is going to take time. The challenge is, are we able to respond? And as Dr. Champion said before, if we wait for the second cohort, I fear that we will get through another summer that will be challenging for our community, that we don't have time to wait and not take action now. This is us signing up for a lot of work in a short period of time that I'm legitimately not excited about. But I think that it's necessary for us to be successful in making the positive change we need for our community.
If I could add just one more thing to that in response to Commissioner Sacco's question, I think what we plan to do, as Mr. Craig pointed out, is not really the focus of the proposal, but I think what they're more interested in is the collaborations, like who we are planning to work with, who we're bringing into the conversation, and kind of mapping out how that whole thing would look in terms of how where communities input, who are the people from the city, what other organizations, what community health centers, and, how we envision the process for bringing the idea together.
That's really helpful.
Yeah, because that was overall my question of what are we giving people, but that commitment, understanding now it's the commitment and then a tentative partnership plan. Perfectly fine with that. I had another question. It'll come back to me.
Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I simply wanted to say thank you once again to Dr. Craig and everybody on that team for, first of all, presenting this opportunity to us. Thank you for making sure that our city manager and her team is not going to be completely stretched out by making sure that you all assist us in this process that is really, really important, especially now. Thank you for dealing with this subject matter, and certainly thank you for exposing us to this opportunity to bring the community, center the community in this effort. That is so incredible, that is so important, and I think the opportunity for Gainesville to be on a national stage as we address this issue that is really impacting everybody across the national stage. This could be absolutely outstanding. It will be outstanding. I'm looking forward to it. I say thank you. And thank you. Thank you and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Tucker?
Thank you, I remembered. And it's gonna have to happen anyway after the CRP conversation, but seeing how we are piecemeal allocating funds, ARPA funds at this meeting and possibly already have some, could we get like an updated list of where those buckets are in the amounts to see what we're still working with for the other projects that we weren't like firmly decided on? Because this is completely new, but it's been added to the bucket, but GPD came under. There's a lot of math that's.
Would you like that now, or would you like?
No, look, we still have to talk to GFR. But after today, to kind of see those updated numbers.
Yeah, that was my intention.
Okay, thank you. We've got a motion on the floor to move forward with this grant application and 2% out set aside from ARPA funds. Any members of the public here in the chamber want to speak to this item? Welcome back.
Thank you. My name's Danielle, community organizer. I just wanted to say I think this is an excellent opportunity for the city to explore partnership and collaborate to address this issue. I mean, it definitely feels like the issue of the day has been gun violence. And this also seems like an opportunity to address it as a public health issue and come at it with health solutions, given the people who are set to collaborate. I do just have one comment that I want to make, which is that something that I didn't explicitly hear in the presentation and conversation about who would be collaborating is I heard a lot about like community, we're going to involve the community, but I feel like the word community is a broad word that could be, what's the right word? Like we could be like, oh, we invited community members, and then you talk to everybody out west who's not directly affected by this issue, and it's like, yep, we included the community. I want to make sure that as we're talking about this, that when we're including collaboration with the community, that we're talking about those who are directly impacted by gun violence. Not somebody who is out, even somebody who lives in this neighborhood. I want to make sure that you're talking to mothers who've had to bury their sons in the past year. And it's a sad group of people to work with. It's a hard reality to live, but those are the people who need to be involved in these solutions. And I just want to make sure that as we're talking about all these collaborations, you know, Partnership for Reimagining Gainesville is up there. I'm part of that program. It's a great program. But like, let's get to like the root of this. There's a lot of people who are directly impacted by this issue that aren't associated with any groups in town. And if you go reach out to just community orgs that are doing the work, you're not going to reach those people. And so just continuing to move with intention. And there's a phrase in community organizing, we say nothing about us without us. In this instance, I don't even include myself in that us, but the point is that we can't make decisions. Decision makers cannot be making decisions about communities or even addressing issues within communities without including those community members in that. And so I think this is a great opportunity, and I just want to make sure that everybody involved is moving with intention and being intentional about who's being brought to the table to come up with these solutions at every phase of the process, from the proposal down to the execution.
Thank you. Good point, and definitely heard. Anybody else in the room? Okay, Adam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have one speaker on this issue, Beverly Craig. Beverly, you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I sat back and I listened and everybody talked about what's going to do gun violence, like the Oxford and different things. I talked to a lot of these young men. They say the reason they are not responding to anybody, the police or anybody, because these organizations that do get excited, all they want to do is empower themselves. When I spoke in December about the churches on a Saturday, Compassionate is there at Eastside High School. They had a wide audience where about 7 boys changed their lives. Then they go inside a building. So if you all feel that these boys are going to go in a building and shoot rivals and old small, and they're killing each other, that's not going to happen. The only thing that's going to help is these small kids is not out in the street. Then you have to go in the hedges in the highways, not inside the buildings, to help these young people get testimonies about you got shot, or God changed your life. The money should be directed to parties like the large buildings that supply peaceful settings churches want some passionate, it's not all going to same avenue to try to get people in. That's why I don't just wait for money and time and have a meeting, because that's not the answer. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that's our last speaker.
Okay, very good. Turn back to the commission for a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you all, Dr. Craig and your team. Really appreciate you bringing this forward to us. Look forward to getting this submitted. All right, our next item is a discussion and update on the Community Research Fair Medicine Plan. And so, Chief Dixon, Ms. Curry, who do we have for this?
Yes, Chief Dixon will come forward.
All right, Chief, welcome. Thanks for being with us all day. Oh, poor thing. We feel you, girl. We feel you.
Good evening, everyone. Actually, I'm sorry, it's still afternoon. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Commission, neighbors. I'm joined this afternoon by our program director. For those of you who haven't met her, Ms. Kamala Clates. And actually, Deputy Chief Hillhouse in the back working the keyboard. And I'm going to take this down for a second. So as you start, we're here tonight. I was asked, I was away, and to come back and give just a little talk on why we need the resources. And the police, it was Chief Pierce that talked about you have to have the resources to meet your expectations. So that's why we're here. Next slide. And so what this spending plan is actually going to do. Quickly after I was appointed, I was briefed on the CRP program and had multiple communications with, and I'll just speak to the chair, it was the office of the city manager at that time, on expectations and resources needed to meet those expectations. And what's being presented tonight is consistent with those conversations that was had BC before Chief and AD after Dixon, which I'll use those things. There's a city manager memorandum 210028, which was addressed to the Mayor Commissioner on May 10th, 2021, that identified potential projects and the funding levels, and CRP was included at the levels that have been submitted. And on this slide, what you'll see is that everything is, the representation is that the mission is what we strive to accomplish every day. We use the resources, which is what we're talking about tonight, to do the job and provide the services. The availability of the resources are directly proportional to capacity, how far we can spread the net, and certainly which directly is proportional to impact, meaning how many people, which you'll see a slide shortly that shows how many, the impacts on the lives that we're able to do. So the next slide was presented to the Office of the City Manager to illustrate the relationships mentioned in the slide. Again, the mission, we connect to underutilized resources and to underserved population. That's what we, in 2017, the overarching mission of CRP created to do. And I'll let Director Clates come up and talk on that really quick on some of the things that we do, how we're making it different.
So as you can see here in this organizational chart, I would say Gainesville Fire Rescue, and specifically the CRP program, is a very far-reaching initiative, and it has certainly expanded past that individualized care sector when it initially began in 2017. The CRP program consists of 4 branches under our Community Health Division. So we have our preventative health sector, which includes events such as our mobile flu shot initiative, where we provided almost 400 flu shots to those in the community, as well as screenings and exams. Our community engagement sector includes our community health fairs and conferences. Our recent health fair last weekend had about 150 attendees. And our population resiliency branch includes our meal delivery program, where we are actively delivering about 30 meals every week to those in the community, along with our COVID-19 initiatives such as mobile COVID testing, vaccines, and recently we launched our Regeneron treatment program as well. And then we have our our community health plan, which we're currently in the process of implementing in the community as well. The individualized care sector includes our telehealth program, where we connect patients that aren't necessarily able to get to the clinic with those services in their homes. These are folks that don't have transportation or lack of mobility and they're not able to get to the clinic. We also have our overdose response program where we hope to reduce overdose recidivism and connect patients to treatment programs. We have our chronic disease management program, which is really the bread and butter of our community medicine program, and our newest pilot program, which includes homelessness outreach and prevention. I would say the overall trend is that all of these initiatives involves Gainesville Fire Rescue, meeting our neighbors where they are and providing services directly to them in the community.
So that's a lot. So the one thing that I don't believe has happened, and I could be corrected if I'm wrong, is that the good thing, may I ask the commissioner a question, Mr. Mayor?
Of course.
Do any of you look at our social media page, subscribe? That's important so you can see the good things that happen, because it is a lot. And the resources that we have to meet the customers where they are, we want to make sure that it's representative and that you get to see the good work. There's also a newsletter that's produced that we hope that you'll be able to see, so you can see not only the numbers monthly but aggregate. There's a yearly report with the aggregate numbers. So the next slide, what we're talking about right now, which is great because the commission is already, a lot of the other organizations that came up, they're asking for operational costs for personnel, which is going to be, you talk about a number, but then you have to have the OPEB, the post-employment benefits, all these other things associated with it. We're talking about, you've already approved the personnel card, which you'll see that this is just the resources needed to support them so that they can do their job. Next slide, please. So I know you can't see this, but the previous city manager asked about, I need one slide to show what you guys have, what you're doing, and this was what the team came up with. So it was a one-pager, which shows that when you look at the green, again, you just approved that little arrow showing the additional staffing in the FY22 that allowed us to hire a community health director, because that's additional. Now, the community health improvement plan is coming under the Gainesville Fire and Rescue, which is going to be working very closely with CRP, and we're going to have what we call functional units that have now expanded that allow us, when you look on the far left of that, and you see down at the bottom, it's individualized care that shows we initially were able to, individualized care is our customers that we had 50 of them annually that we were able to basically develop cases on and assist them in the housing, assist them with becoming healthier. And then you see the number next to that, which is how many people, 2,500. This was pre what you just did, 2,500, which we go out in the community and the health fairs, vaccinations, all these things that we were able to do, that's the number. So now with the arrow, we've gone to the next phase. We're reaching now over almost 250. It's over 225, but we're getting close to that 225 number, even beyond the 150 and the 6,000, because of the additional resources that you've given us. So if you want to know how we came to the numbers, when we say what looks good, the performance measures, when this program was initially started, we have what they call super users. Super users are the ones that call 911 over and over and over again. And so we were trying to address those, and what we found out by the time we got to those super users, a lot of them were to a point where they expired. So we got into the next category, and there were about 8,000 of them. So that's where that number at the very top to say, well, what does the end game look like? But this is the group of people that we wanted to make sure that we were impacting. And next slide. So now this is where we get to the resources and the equipment and this particular request. The request that's in front of you today, the largest cost is associated with the acquisition of 2 vehicles, ambulances, transport units, and equipment that is either required by the state of Florida for this type of vehicle, or it is, when you look down, there's just a couple things, the COVID RT lamp at $20,000. What that is that allows us, because of the situation that we're in now, and COVID is something that's continuing to change. It allows us to test in the unit. So that's a technological advancement that gives, if we have people out there assisting our community, we want them to have good tools. Excuse me, I'm trying to develop hiccups here in the middle. It's not a nervous thing, I promise you. But that's what this is about. It also gives the administration, and again, I don't know if it was the will of the commission, but I had talks where we're talking about, you talk about business, you have to have the ability to pivot, to be agile. So there's been legislation across the state about the COPCN. So by acquiring 2 ambulances, not only will we be able to meet our customers where they are, it also gives us, under exigent circumstances, we can transport now. But if we are looking to obtain a COPCN, now we have ambulances and we buy it right now while we have the money. And this is a 10-year purchase at the very least, because again, this is a capital purchase to purchase them. And the only recurring cost that we have is we'll still be talking to finance to make sure that's appropriate, is down at the bottom, which is also the maintenance. We're trying to include it in this budget. And next slide. So again, all of this having the resources, having the resources of personnel, facility, all goes to capacity, which takes us back to the numbers that you saw again. So the more, when we have the right resources, and again, I've just talked to Mr. Carmine and Mark Watson today from Grace Marketplace, because we're looking to expand our role and do better. So we can do great things. We are doing great things. We have the data to show the things that we're able to accomplish with the resources we have now, and it's beyond the scope of what the fire service has done. But that's fine, because we're strategically placed in the community to make a difference, and we're going to do so. So some of those numbers, as on the next slide, will come up, and I'll let the boss lady tell you about all the good work that she's doing with her team right now.
So what you see here is from our 2021 program appraisal, and we do have copies if you're interested in seeing that. But you can see in the chart that there's definitely been a total, the patient enrollment has had an upward trend since the program's inception in 2017. In 2021, we had about 219 total incidents, which is more than what we projected in that chart that we showed you of about 150 on that individualized care capacity. Other ways that we track success includes identifying the amount of resources that we successfully pair for patients enrolled in the program, the overall improvement in one's quality of life based on something called a quality of life score, the decrease in EMS utilization, and primary care compliance as well. And all of these metrics are tracked to measure essentially success of the program. Next slide. Here are some 2020 utilization results. I'm still waiting to get 2021 measures from UF Health. But you can see here that high utilizer patients enrolled in the program had a decrease in ED utilization by about 30%, hospital admissions by about 60%, and there was an increase in primary care compliance by about 20%. All of these values have a direct impact on one's overall quality of life, which is something that CRP strives to address, is improving that quality of life.
And before she goes to the next slide, I know for all the business mind at the table, you know that that's money. But that's money we don't see, because what we're doing is we are, hopefully we're making an impact on the people there's actually a term called insult our emergency healthcare system. And what we're doing is, by reducing those numbers, you would hope that the end game is, again, we're reducing the number of people, health insurance will go down, but we don't see that. But that should make you feel good, because it makes us feel good when we see numbers like that. She hit the next one. Next slide, please. So again, this is also from a document. We put this in here to show that what we're talking about is connected. This plan and request is consistent and connected with the strategic plan and standard of cover. And this is an excerpt from the strategic plan to show the fact that it is a part of equitable community, a great part of helping to keep Gainesville a great place to live and experience, and a best-in-class neighbor by providing these great services. The gentleman that you see here is one of our graduates and our neighbor, or call him a neighbor that, they just need the help. And I don't know if you can see what it says. He says, CPR helped me with managing his medications. And again, just one of the things with Grace, when I look, because I've been tasked with looking back, and Grace has they talk about is closing the front door and opening the back door. That means with the homeless population, this is very similar, because a lot of people that are homeless are people that are in our program, is keeping people from needing this help And also the people that are now in our system, we want to make sure they go out and they live healthy life. So it's very similar. We have a very similar mission. And we believe that we're accomplishing our mission every day. So next. And this is just pictures of, if you haven't seen it, the mobile testing, efforts such as COVID-19 testing, mental health fairs, food delivery services, ensure that the community is equipped to recover and has tools to be healthy and to continue to thrive. And that's what we do, and we're proud of that. And are there any questions? The big thing about this is that, with this equipment, if it's the desire of the commission, we're better able to meet our customers where they are. Having an ambulance or these units allow us, when I've gone, I've taken right along with the CRP program, and we go into homes, and sometimes these homes that we go into, it's a dignity issue, and we're able to take them out and place them in the ambulance and separate them from whatever it is so that they can feel comfortable. But also, as we continue the next conversation that we'll be having with Grace Marketplace, is as part of our, again, the mobile outreach program, and it gives us that ability to pivot. So questions, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chief. Really appreciate that. And again, welcome. I'm glad you finally got to meet the commission. We're excited to have you on board. And obviously, you have big shoes to fill, but I know that you're going to do an extraordinary job. So we're glad that you're with us. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief. I don't even want a discussion, I just want to give you the money, which is my usual response to CRP.
Thank you.
And you can quote me on that. No, I think, I appreciate that what you actually brought forward is capital. It's equipment, and I know from my experience with GFR, you guys make every dollar stretch, and if we give you anything, it will still be there 50 years from now. You will take care of it, jerry-rig it to keep working, it will work. So I have absolutely nothing else to say other than I move to approve the $1 million allocation of ARPA money to the CRP program.
Okay, motion and a second to approve the funding allocation coming from ARPA funds. Anybody else from the commission have any? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just real briefly, I want to congratulate what y'all have been doing. It's core services, and a really great job of delivering core services in an innovative way that is a model for people around the country. I mean, this works, and it works really well in a way that shines a good light on our community. It's one of those things we need to brag about more. And the other thing that it does that extends beyond our chartered core services, we don't have a medical infrastructure at the City of Gainesville because we're not chartered to deliver medical services, deliver health services. But a thing that I think we have learned over the last nearly 2 years is that we have to. We're not done with this pandemic, but it's not going to be the last large-scale emergency that we have to deal with. And we can no longer, I don't believe, sit back and say, well, health department's got this. Because the health department didn't have a lot of this. We had to create a response from scratch. This is how we build out our response. This is the building block of our community health response to whatever comes next and to the remainder of this pandemic. So thank you all and to everyone involved with this program. This is how we take those next steps, and we're going to depend on you to help us build that out for city government for decades. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. You mentioned the state. I think I heard the state is looking at changing the laws concerning ambulance response.
The COPCN, that was a discussion that was at actually the last Board of County Commissioners where they talked about it, and they actually, if you weren't listening, they talked about it as a threat, their attorney, because again, it's controlled by the county and not the city. But the city could, this new legislation would allow the city to do so. So
I think if we could ask I think next in 2 weeks we have the legislative discussion, if we could get some information on that item, I think that'd be good.
Okay.
To see if we want to take a position on it.
One quick follow-up, so even that pending, the legislation pending, my experience with my CRP ride is, as you mentioned, Chief, the dignity of folks coming into their home. Some of the homes I saw, I wouldn't feel, if my home was like that, 'cause I wouldn't want people just coming in. I wouldn't want someone's like, hey, GFR referred you, you've called 12 times this month, we're here at your door now, let us in. So my understanding from everyone that I worked with that day is the ambulance would also offer a private place that they
Yes,
can go
ma'am.
out to. And you'll have the equipment there and not have to roll everything in. Because y'all roll in a lot of equipment whenever you go. If you can't drive the engine into the building, you have to roll it all in. But being able to just drive up that ambulance with all of the equipment and just about everything you could possibly need, it is a matter of dignity and a matter of efficiency. Even if we don't get to transport at the end of the day, it makes a huge difference. So people can receive health care, but not feel their privacy is invaded as you come into their home.
Thank you. Y'all, I have to leave, so I'm going to let the Mayor Pro Tem finish the meeting, including taking public comment on this item. I don't have any strong opinions about the upcoming agendas for the meetings. I trust y'all to make good decisions on behalf of the commission. But I do reserve the right, if I see something that's missing or out of place, I might bring it up at our next GPC to ask for some flexibility there. But thanks for allowing me to sneak out of here a little bit early. And thank you, Chief. I really appreciate that. And by the way, I absolutely support this. If I were here for the vote, I would be in favor of it, of course. I'm like, Raina, if it's CRP, I want more of it. All right, thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, coincidentally, I was about to make my comments, so this works out just nicely. Thank you very much for the detailed report. I'm always glad to see what we've known since 2018, and we've got a first look at the 2017 numbers, which is that the work that this program does is really generational in terms of teaching people preventative care, and so it's very, very rewarding. I would like to know, I guess maybe I'm just a bit conservative today, I would like to know the usage of the ambulances. Is that going to be specifically just for CRP rides, or is that going to be something that the whole department gets to enjoy?
Well, it is, the ambulances, again, because we don't have a COPCN, we can't transport. So what we do, it is going to be for the CRP program, but not specifically just, so not just for home visit. So we'll have a mobile operation that, theoretically, we're looking at having a mobile operation at Grace Marketplace. They have a mobile outreach. So now we have an ambulance to go around. So they actually have a list of where they know these people are. Now we basically have a place of dignity where we could take and they could be seen wherever we want to meet the customer where they are. So under exigent circumstances, which I'm looking for those exigent circumstances, and that's my operations chief back there all the time, we will be able to say we can put people in the ambulance and transport them, but it's only under exigent circumstances.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner?
Follow-up question, Chief. I just love this program. When you guys, and I learned this because I was upset that we had to pull out a whole engine to go do a medical call. If we are doing something like a health fair or some kind of engagement, just health screening, could we take out the ambulance since it has most of the equipment?
Oh, absolutely.
So we don't have to take the engine off the road in case there's another type of emergency?
Yes, ma'am. Well, people like seeing the fire engine too.
Well,
so I mean,
yes.
so that's going. But the ambulance more than likely would stay there, and it wouldn't because if we have a fire, we're very limited in the resources we have in that aspect. But that unit would probably stay there, and we have, the kids and the parents, whatever, would come up and we would make
Everybody loves a fire engine.
Yes, ma'am.
But no, it's to prove that other than just transport or CRP, it does give that other alternative of there are more uses for it and then gets our engines back
You
up.
saw that organizational chart. So currently we're utilizing one ambulance to do all of those operations. So with the addition of 2 additional ambulances, we can then do multiple of those operations in a day, in a week. So, we can do our home visits along with our Regeneron program and those kinds of things all in one day.
And that's why I love you guys. Thank you.
Thank you. And I really appreciate y'all's efforts, particularly with flu vaccinations. it is just very important right now that folks understand the safety of vaccines. So I don't see any more comments from the commission, no further additions from staff. We're going to go ahead and move to public comment. Why don't we go ahead and go to the phones first, and if anybody would like to make comments in the chambers, just go ahead and move up to the lectern. But we'll go ahead and take public comment. Remember to dial 1-800-742-1099. Do we have anybody waiting on the line right now?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. There is nobody waiting on the line at this time. Let's give it another few seconds there for people to call in, given we just posted the number.
Happy to give that notice. We don't have anybody waiting in chambers, so we'll just go ahead and give that a few seconds, and then we'll close public comment.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, while you're waiting, can I make an announcement in the city? So just to let everybody know, it's the flags that we have been approved for the 6,000 test kits that were requested from the state. So they're en route, and we're working on a distribution plan.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Always good to hear.
Yeah. So Dr. Griffin said to remind you that means they're free. We didn't have to spend the money.
That's correct.
Even better.
Yes, yes.
It's more expensive.
Okay, do we have anybody call in?
No, sir, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Really grateful. It seems like a lifetime ago that I joined the City Commission, and this was one of the first initiatives that the Commission started. And to see it here now and to have an opportunity to invest more into it is really just a testament to the great work that you all do, first and foremost, but also the magnitude and weight of the decisions that the Commission makes through the years. So with that, we will move to a vote. The motion was to accept the recommendations in the funding amounts for fiscal years 22 and 23. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. That motion passes unanimously. Next, we have our administrative session. This is item 210740. We will be setting our agenda for the General Policy Committee in the second quarter. We can open it up for discussion. I believe there are documents in the back for the items that have not been heard yet and items that are in the different phases of our policy process. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. Is it possible to put up that list? So a couple of things that I would like for us to consider. On 1210, we have the transition plan for boards. I don't think that needs to come back to the GPC. I think that probably just be put on consent or something like that on city commission meetings.
1210.
What's that?
1210.
210, sorry. 210. February 10th. I think we can just put that on a consent for whatever.
Where was that again?
It's the transition. Nope. Where is it there?
It was very small. Let me see if I can.
We can see it. It was the transition plan for boards. That's where we shut down those 2 boards.
Okay.
I don't think we can get full. Just hopefully it's put on a city commission meeting for consent. One thing I would like for us to consider is on February 10th that we add the charter language come back for the special elections. I think that's something important we need to get in front of us. One thing that I don't know if we have time for this quarter, but I think we hopefully can, the first meeting in April, is we haven't talked about wild spaces, public places, and kind of where we are in a long time. Probably, I don't think you've been on the board since we've done that. So I don't know if we have room in this quarter, but at least that first meeting in April, I think it'd be good to have a discussion of where we are with wild space, public places, and kind of that, where's the money at, what are the projects that are left, and do we want to make any changes?
I think that's on the 10th.
That's the infrastructure sales ballot initiative. I don't know if that's going to be the same.
You just want an update, not a discussion on the reauthorization.
Yeah, I think it's what do we have left for ours now. I don't know if those are 2 separate discussions or not, but what do we have?
I think it would be.
2 separate ones. Yeah, I think it's more like
You want purely what we have now.
what we have now, what is our current funding, and then that's a separate discussion of the future stuff. So hopefully we can maybe do that at the first meeting in April. Another discussion hopefully we do the first meeting in April is the power district. I don't think of time in this quarter, but I think it's something we need to pick up and discuss again. Another thing is the other ARPA funds and the RTS ARPA funds. I don't see those as discussion items on here, but I think we need to find a place for those. I'm not sure where the best place is for those. Maybe that's on February 10th as well, if the manager will be ready by then. So I guess it would be a request to add the other ARPA funds and the RTS ARPA funds for February 10th, and then also add the special elections charter language for February 10th, and then we have, in April, we do the wild spaces, public places, and the power district, and then remove the transition to board plan and put them on a city commission meeting.
What was the last one?
Removing the transition plan for boards and putting that just on a city commission meeting.
Okay, the one before that.
Yeah, and replacing that with an ARPA fund discussion.
Yes, for the RTS, and then there's all the other ARPA funds. And then we'd also have on February 10th the special elections charter language.
Okay.
And then in April, we would discuss wild spaces, public places, and the power district.
That's what I missed. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. We talked before COVID, I think, about including a regular update, potentially a quarterly update on public safety, a combination of regular presentation from GPD and from GFR. We got a little bit of that today, and that's really useful to me. That's an enormous piece of our budget. It's what we do, it's core services. And we are very often at arm's length from those reports. I don't want us to just talk about it when there's an emergency. We're in the midst of a crisis. We need to be aware of what call loads look like, what is the hiring process looking like. Just regular updates from both chiefs would be extremely useful to me. And we talked about doing it on a quarterly basis, but then COVID happened and it all fell by the wayside. I think if we have a plan for receiving that data, that information, that regular touch back and forth, I think it helps us make better decisions, and it hopefully helps our public safety workers feel more connected to what happened to City Hall also. So I would really like us to find a way to shoehorn that into. And be aware, that's not a short discussion. That every time we've done it in the past, it takes up half of the GPC meeting. As well it should, but it's not something that we can do in a 20-minute update. So.
Thank you. Raina and then Desmond.
Because I haven't been here as long. I've been here forever. When you've done those talks in the past, would it not be, given that we have moved our regular meetings to like start at 10 a.m., and that's more of a discussion for us to be aware of, would that not be a more appropriate place, and can it be an appropriate place for those discussions? So that business that the public would want to be more involved in can be, later in the day and not 10 a.m. when people might not be around.
I don't know that it's any more or less appropriate, but it just needs to be somewhere. We need that regular.
Because we got plenty of research there.
You're right. Yeah.
So if you do want to have it at some point, if regular might be the place to stick it.
Thank you. Desmond?
Yes, so, well before I came to the commission, I was heavily involved with the Heritage Trail and some of the pieces of that and trying to pull that together. And it's had various iterations. And so I'm wondering if we might find some space on one of these agendas to come back to that, because that project has been quite some time in the making. And we've got a considerable amount of money that is out there, but we don't yet have any tangible pieces of the trail in the ground. And so, you've got myself obviously concerned. It's something that the residents of District 1 and the entire community have been looking forward to for about a decade, actually more. So I'm really interested to hear not just a status update, but I really think we need a deeper dive, and we need to take a look at where the money is, and let's get down to the brass tacks of it, and let's roll the Heritage Trail forward. The other thing, probably GCRA as a whole, because we have, a finite amount of time to deal with them, and there is money that is there, and what projects are in the hopper, how we're prioritizing them. I would really be interested in hearing from GCRA in terms of where they are and where they're headed, and we need to sound off about what our concerns are and the direction of that.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, there is a meeting, I believe it's maybe in the next week or so, a special meeting that the mayor called on GCRA.
Yeah, that was my understanding. So we will have that update.
Excellent.
We will-
Excellent.
Yes.
I have one last
Please.
item. So the Office of Equity and Inclusion is something else that I'm very interested in terms of the changes that are going on. I think regular updates from that office as well, just in terms of how their policies and procedures are filtering out through the entire organization. It's a process, and some of it's new, and I know that there are some changes, I believe, that Soraya is just recently coming up with, but that piece, I think, for us as a body, it's important for us to keep our finger on the pulse of. So I certainly would be interested in hearing regular updates from that office as well.
Excellent. Harvey and then Adrian.
Thank you, Mr. Pro Tem, and thank you, Commissioner Desmond Walker. Very briefly, one of the very few concerns that I had with changing the structure of the CRA to the GCRA was that instead of having regularly scheduled meetings, it would kind of disappear a little bit, and it has. And part of that is a COVID thing, but we also just haven't forced ourselves to calendar regular discussions about the GCRA. And since it's not a separate board anymore, it's easy to, oh my goodness, we haven't had, look at your clock and we haven't talked about this in months all of a sudden. Whereas before it was a regularly scheduled every couple of months meeting that had to occur. So I'm glad we're having the meeting coming up. At that meeting, I will be a strong proponent of implementing a regular schedule of discussion for that, even if it needs to be a separate quarterly meeting. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Good. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'm glad we're talking about CRA because it's languished for a while that needs to be addressed. The one question is on the surtax ballot initiative update. Is that too late? And should we have that earlier because of the timelines of the county? And so maybe if we should switch one of those items. I don't know what the thoughts from staff. I don't know if they have to have stuff by April or May or.
They gave us a spring. It's a date in the early spring that I think we have to have something back to them.
So our discussion probably should come a little earlier in case we want to make changes. So I don't know if we want to move that to the 24th or the 10th.
Vision Zero is going to take a lot.
I mean, we need to flip something, move something from one meeting to that 10th meeting. But I do think that's when we need to move up in the.
Well, I think every meeting, 4 or 5 items is the max. That gives each item the opportunity to be heard for at least an hour. Obviously, not every item takes that. Today, we did have an extra item brought on, and we did go over. So I think we should really limit each meeting to just 4 items. And if there's going to be a 5th item, it's because we've got a whole lot of faith in expedited meetings that day. So what I would like for us to do is really take off, so we're moving the transition plan for boards, so there's going to be an extra item available on the 10th. Do you want to have the ARP discussion then, or do you want to have the wild space? Because I feel as though we could have an ARP discussion at a regular city commission meeting without taking up one of these spots.
I'm fine with that. I'm moving up the surtax probably is a more pressing matter in terms of that. And we could have our ARPA during a.
Well, it would be 2, remember? Because you also have the RTS.
Yeah, in essence, our other ARPA stuff.
Okay.
And then I don't think the special elections change language should take too long, hopefully. But if we have those 2 on the 10th.
Okay.
And that opens up time on the March 10th, I guess.
Yeah, so what we're doing is, and we're working towards a motion, I promise. We are going to keep the January 27th meeting the same, because I can bet that will engender a lot of discussion. The second date, February the 10th, we are going to remove transition plan for boards and recommend that that be placed on a regular city commission meeting. And if it's the will of the commission, let's move the wild spaces infrastructure surtax discussion to that date. Did you also want to add the RTS discussion for that day as well? Asking the board.
We could have the ARPA stuff just at a regular meeting. I don't,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
I'm good.
Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be on there then.
Perfect. So then on February the 10th, we will have the discussion on the wild space infrastructure surtax and the RTS discussion.
No, the RTS would be on the.
We would have fair
The
tax
RTS is on
hiring,
regular, right.
the hiring,
What am I
community
getting
land
mixed up
trust, and the infrastructure tax.
Yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I might ask a question. Under
Please.
February 10th, where we have home ARP, I mean, I'm assuming that's ARPA HUD grant
Mhm.
plan. I'm not sure that they would actually be back with a plan by that date.
Okay.
I don't think that that is going to coincide with that.
Okay. So then we're going to change it even more. Let's go ahead and remove the HUD grant plan. You all can bring that before us. Do you think putting it on March the 10th would be
I think that would be
more
fine.
amenable? Okay, so about a month later. So I guess we're just going to switch the wild spaces infrastructure discussion with the HUD grant, and we will just switch those months. So one will be on February 10th, the other will be on March the 10th. February 24th is obviously packed. I didn't hear any appetite to change that. And March the 10th, we just made that one change. So I think that is probably a full slate of general policy committee, unless anybody would like to make any more additions to it.
No, on the 10th, I think having the special elections.
Which 10th?
The special elections, February 10th, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and count that as a motion. And we're, yeah, so we've got a motion and a second motion from Hey Santos, second from Sacco, to change the February 10th, basically removing the transition for plan boards to put on a regular city commission meeting, moving the home ARP HUD grant plan to March the 10th, and then moving the wild space infrastructure to February the 10th, the election language to February the 10th.
And then if we can plan to have, since administrative sessions, we never actually planned to those meetings, to have the wild spaces, public places, and power district on that April meeting
With the admin session.
with that admin session.
After the 24th.
On whatever the first meeting in April is.
Yeah. Okay.
Did we, or what had we landed on? I apologize, because I kind of zoned out for a second. What did we land on in terms of discussions about the Office of EI and the Heritage Trail?
Right.
I know we're talking about GCRA
Yeah.
coming up, but I don't think we fit those in anywhere here.
Does that fall under?
Those are GCRA projects.
Do you want to?
Well, the
Heritage Trail is a GCRA project. Do we want to break that out into its own discussion? Because it's kind of, it could possibly be lengthy. It's got a lot of different moving parts to it.
If it has a special meeting, why don't we just have it as a separate discussion item on that meeting then?
Okay.
If we have a special
Most of
CRA
the
meeting
people
anyway,
will
it's the
be
all.
there.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, because the reality is if we were to try to fit it on this, we'd be talking March and April as to when it would be heard. And it sounds like we're going to have an opportunity to have that conversation a lot sooner.
That's
so
fine,
let's go ahead and add to the motion that we recommend that at the next special meeting where we discuss the GCRA, that we put a special item for the Heritage Trail so that you have the opportunity to discuss that.
And the Office of Equity and Inclusion.
Is Zariah on the call?
We could just have that update on the regular city commission meeting too.
It's not really policy. It'd be like an update.
Well, I think he has some things that he wants to,
What
yeah,
what I want to ask, the
Yeah.
reason why I'm asking is because I want to make sure that whatever date we ask for him to return that update, that we've got his consultation on that before we
Perfect.
ask him to do it. So how about we do this, because everything there is full, anything that we add, we're looking at March or April. Can we ask Zariah's office to schedule at the nearest opportunity, whether it's a city commission meeting or whether it's a general policy meeting, to schedule an update for the full commission?
Sure.
Yeah, because I want that as well, but I would like it to be
Given time?
good on his time, but also not so late that we're looking after March 24th.
That's fine, I concur.
Okay, great. All right, so that is a lot to put into the motion, so we will go ahead and just move to public comment. If anyone would like to discuss in our administrative session. Thanks, I'll handle that, but seeing no public comment in the room, is there any other comment on the phones? Adam, anybody waiting?
Mr. Mayor, Pro Tem, there's nobody here right now.
Okay, Zariah, did you just pop in?
Yes, no, but I was trying to get my mic to work, so I apologize. I want to just make sure I'm clear. You guys want a presentation in collaboration with DCRA on the Heritage Trail, or you're looking for a standalone presentation?
Yeah, now
I want to make sure I'm clear.
You're not. Let me speak to the point as to why I asked for your attention. Commissioner Duncan Walker would like an update from your office having to do with organization and some of the important roles that your office serves, and also how you're working with the rest of the organization to implement the goals of your office. And so really we just wanted to know when you could see yourself and see your office prepared to give that presentation to us. And we'd like to really leave it on your purview to decide whether you'd like to do that at a regular city commission meeting or a GPC, but we'd like to do it sooner than later.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate that, Commissioner. I'll let you know that this week.
Okay, brilliant. We appreciate it. Okay, no further comment on this. We're going to go ahead and move to a motion to approve the administrative session for the second quarter, FY22. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Seeing none, we now move to general public comment. I don't see anybody in chamber. Adam, if you would like to bring anybody in from general public comment, now is the time.
Nobody here right now. What's been helpful, I think, though, I believe the county clerk's office, or the city clerk's office has been flashing the phone number on screen. If it's at all possible to do that, that might be nice as well, just to give your neighbors a chance to jump in.
Yeah, that is perfectly fine. In the meantime, I will go ahead and open member comment if anybody would like to make any comments while we're showing that.
Good job, team.
Yeah, we got a lot of fantastic work done today. I have to go. Please, you're good. Okay, well, there is no further member comment and no further public comment. Our next meeting is January the 27th, 2022. And I will go ahead and thank all of our staff and our officers who are here with us today, providing security for the People's Hall. And it's a hall. We will go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thank you.